COVID couldn't stop us, and justice won't wait. It is time.
Welcome, y'all. Let's get into it.
We have work to do.
We are taking our message to Washington, D.C. We've been armed with data and information and a plan.
Because folks are marching everywhere.
But it will take all of us together.
This is Congresswoman Robin Kelly.
Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley.
Congresswoman Grace May.
Senator Chuck Schumer.
Please join us at NUL.org, as well as the National Urban League platforms on Facebook and YouTube.
Your wisdom is going to be crucial, and I appreciate you.
I'd like to welcome all of you to the National Urban League's Legislative Policy Conference. This is the 17th year in a row in which we've held this conference, and we've not let the circumstance of a pandemic stop us. In fact, we're stronger than we've ever been. And speaking of strongest as we've ever been, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce to you today the President and CEO of the National Urban League, the once and forever Mayor of New Orleans, Louisiana, Mark H. Morial.
Hey, thank you, Clint. And let me thank Clint for all of his leadership. Clint and his team as a part of the Urban League movement, leading the National Urban League's Washington Bureau, have been in the trenches over the last several weeks and months as we've dealt with COVID. Let me join in saying to all of you, Urban Leaguers, friends, and supporters, welcome to this Legislative Policy Conference. Now, we could have allowed COVID and COVID-19 and the necessity of social distancing and working from home to stop our engagement with members of Congress, but we said no. And we said no because you encouraged us to go forward with this year's Legislative Policy Conference, yes, number 17, so that we can continue to advocate and to engage on behalf of our communities, on behalf of the Urban League movement, on behalf of affiliates, volunteers, and supporters everywhere around the agenda of economic empowerment for all. COVID has really been one tragedy. The number of dead, the number of infected, the way in which it has affected every nation on our globe means that this is the crisis of our generation. Each year over the years, as we've come to Congress, we've been armed with data and information, and we've been armed with a plan, an agenda on what we need to see from our lawmakers on behalf of our communities. And we've done it by seeking to bridge the partisan divide. The National Urban League and the Urban League movement have no permanent friends, no permanent enemies. We only have permanent interests. And those interests are those who are locked out and left out: the weak, the disadvantaged, the dispossessed, the men and women from communities of color and urban communities, and all, regardless of background, who favor justice and economic opportunity. During the last several weeks and months, as Congress has stepped forward with various pieces of legislation to respond to COVID, our Washington Bureau, our affiliate leadership, and yours truly have been engaged with members of Congress to ensure that the provisions that are adopted are fair and equitable. And we've had some successes. And the legislation has left us, with respect to PPP, for example, scratching our heads. But nonetheless, we come to you now prepared to engage, prepared to elevate this conversation about legislation and policy in, yes, an election year. So while we are nonpartisan, and this is not a political conference, everyone should be mindful that the issues that we discuss, both today and tomorrow, are issues that are going to, in effect, be on the ballot. And we advise and encourage everyone to ask all who run for office, where do you stand on COVID-19 relief? Where do you stand on historic inequities and disparities between Black, brown, and other people of color and the majority in this country? What steps are you prepared to take? What leadership are you prepared to provide to close these gaps and put these inequities to rest once and for all? So we'll hear from congressional leaders. We'll hear from business leaders. We'll be talking about technology. We'll be talking about jobs. We'll be talking about the census. We'll be talking about voter protection and voter suppression and voting rights. And we will be talking about our children and education and what they need. Clint, I'm confident we're going to have a great legislative policy conference. And with the engagement of all of you, I hope you'll be encouraged, inspired, and educated. Today, the Urban League fights for you. The Urban League fights for you in the work that we do in 90 cities across the nation, in the work we do at the national level, in the issues we champion in the streets and the issues we champion in the suites. The Urban League is here to fight for you. So welcome, Clint, and I want to thank you enormously for your leadership. Clint is celebrating a little bit better than a year as the new leader of our Washington Bureau, and brings to us, ladies and gentlemen, expertise from Capitol Hill, where he served 2 members of the United States Senate, expertise in the executive branch, where he served at the Federal Communications Commission, and expertise in the private sector, where he served as an executive of one of the nation's leading telecommunications companies. So Clint, I'm so glad to be with you, and certainly want to just take a minute before we really kick this off to learn a bit more as you think about where we are today. What should our followers, what should our supporters know about the work that's already been done on the legislative front with respect to COVID response, and what else is critical that the Congress does?
Well, thank you, Mark, for that kind introduction. We have been working around the clock for several weeks and months now to make sure, first and foremost, that the constituents of the Urban League movement are taken care of in this crisis. We lobbied extensively for relief in the form of recovery rebates, $1,200, as much as $3,000 or $4,000 to each family to make sure that they could weather the storm of this pandemic. We've also been advocates for small business. The Paycheck Protection Program that you refer to is now completing its second round. And the program, as it was originally launched, did not reach the mom and pop businesses that are the mainstay of our community. We advocated strenuously to make sure in the second round and any round that follows that we have money that is going directly to small businesses that are minority owned and are distributed by mission-oriented lenders, so-called CDFIs and minority depository institutions. We've been advocating on the health front to make sure that any kind of treatment for people who have COVID, people who need to be tested for COVID, all of these services are provided at no cost to the person who needs it. So there's lots and lots that needs to be done. We're facing a housing crisis as well. As many as 22 million people, by some estimates, will be displaced as a result of this crisis. So we've been making sure that Congress knows housing counseling is a priority for the Urban League movement. Job training is a priority for the Urban League movement. And we're going to make sure that in anything that passes in this Congress, and we believe there may be successive pieces of legislation that pass, but that our priorities are reflected in those pieces of legislation.
So before I introduce the next session, We also want all of you to know that the Urban League is squarely behind the idea that Congress needs to create a fund of fiscal relief for America's cities and America's states, where essential employees and frontline workers, be they firefighters and police officers, be they teachers and teachers' aides, be they custodial workers or those who are clerks and IT personnel in city and state governments, be they professors, instructors, and administrators who are at public colleges and universities funded through states. The Urban League believes clearly that the Congress and the federal government have an obligation to bridge states and cities across the challenge of the reduction in tax receipts, which comes from the fact that the economy has been slowed down in order that we respond to COVID. We're strongly in favor of that. We are working on behalf of that, and that will be part of our advocacy going forward as we encourage Congress to take action, appropriate the money, and move it quickly. It would be tragic if in the face of 30 million plus unemployed, it would be tragic in the face of the deaths in the 100,000 range if Congress were to turn its back on America's cities, America's municipalities, America's counties, and America's states. Congress cannot pass legislation to fund, if you will, fiscal relief for major corporations and then somehow get amnesia and not pass. And we're strongly appreciative of people like Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, Jim Clyburn, Karen Bass, and many, many others with whom we've talked to who squarely support this important effort. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. Clint, this is going to be a great conference.
Of that, Mark, I have no doubt.
Each year at our Legislative Policy Conference, we usually have the most important and some of the most influential members of Congress join us for dialogue about the Urban League's agenda and to provide legislative updates. This year, they'll be appearing, although they'll be appearing virtually with you. Clint, who'll be joining us this year?
Mark, we have an impressive lineup, starting with Education Committee Chairman Bobby Scott, Congressional Black Caucus Chairwoman Karen Bass, and Democratic Caucus Chairman Hakeem Jeffries. On the Senate side, we're joined by United States Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey and Senator Kamala Harris of California. And we'll be closing out the first session today with a motivational speaker, a gentleman by the name of Devon Franklin, among many of the stars that you'll see today.
Integral to the Legislative Policy Conference is engagement, engaging with members of Congress. Through the use of technology, you'll be able to engage with members of Congress and let them know where you stand on important issues with the use of a technology that makes it simple and easy. Clint, share with everyone how this works.
So with the help of our corporate sponsor, Verizon, the Urban League technology to maximize our presence in Washington this week is as follows. If you have a phone, you have the power. Text Urban League, URBANLEAGUE, to number 52886. Remember, Urban League, one word, text to 52886.
We're proud to have Verizon as our presenting sponsor for this, the 17th Legislative Policy Conference. Urban Leaguers and friends, I'm Mark Morial, President and CEO of the National Urban League, with another segment for our virtual 17th Legislative Policy Conference. I'm especially proud today to be joined by a very important guest for this session, my friend, fellow lawyer, and partner in the fight, Van Jones. You all know Van as the popular CNN commentator and a New York Times bestselling author. He is one of the most influential progressive voices in America. He's the CEO of the Reform Alliance, which was created to dramatically reduce the number of people who are unjustly under the control of the criminal justice system. Starting with probation and parole, the goal is to win, leverage resources to change laws, policies, hearts, and minds. In recent weeks, he's been delivering on-point commentary on the George Floyd uprising and its political aftermath. I'm so pleased to welcome Mr. Van Jones. Van?
Thank you, brother. It's so good to see you. I tell you, it's we don't know what we're in the middle of right now. You know, I was talking to some of my elders, and they were saying how 1963, what we now call Freedom Summer, they didn't call it Freedom Summer. They just sent students down there. Some got killed, some got beat. You know, they were just doing their work. Later on,
Medgar Evers got assassinated in June of '63. Yeah.
So. But when you think about it, that I guess it was 64, I guess was Mississippi Freedom Summer.
Yeah.
But they didn't know that they were making history, and even it being called Freedom Summer, that came later. A book was written, and then so there'll be a book written about what this is. We don't even know what this is.
So do you think we're in a moment or the beginning of a movement? What do you think?
I think we're in the beginning of a movement because I think the dam broke. I've never seen, you probably have 20, 30 million white people, maybe 40 million white people in America who would say today, racism is real, something wrong with the police and criminal justice system, and what can I do?
It's stunning, isn't it?
That's a miracle. I mean, that's the start of the conversation now. I mean, that's the start. And yeah, I'm talking to CEOs and people. The conversation starts with that. That's usually, you have to fight to get to that. That's the first 10 seconds.
What's your take on why? Give me your take on why. I've got a take, but I'd love to hear your take on why this one.
I think three things. Mm-hmm. One, everybody was sitting at home. You know, the plague, the pandemic, the shutdown or whatever. So people were sitting at home. And so that meant you had a captive audience, more captive than usual. Number two, every other video, they could always come up with an excuse. He was running, he fought back. Right. It was a quick split-second decision. What cop has to defend himself is how you got to second guess our police officers, blah, blah, blah. This was a lynching.
And no room to lie.
And no room to lie because it was videotaped from beginning to end. And you had to sit there and watch a man beg for his life. It's a lynching. A white man strangling a black man to death. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. He's crying for his mother. His mother's been dead for years. 6 minutes. He's urinating on himself. 7 minutes, 8 minutes. By the time, we've been lynched for centuries, but you never had a billion people that could all see it at the same time on the cell phone.
Right.
And so suddenly you now have this third factor, which is that they know that we've been saying this for a long time, and at some level they did not believe us. And so there's a level of guilt that we've been screaming about this for years, and they were like, yeah, even if it's important, it's number 17 on my list after climate change and dolphins and everything else. And so suddenly you have this trifecta of, you have a captive audience, for the first time, a lynching seen by 1 billion people on their cell phones, and the knowing guilt of having been mad at Colin Kaepernick and having been mad at Black Lives Matter and having ignored this for years. And now you have a shard of glass in your eyeball when you watch that, and you can't pull it out. You can't go to sleep. You're disturbed by it, you're bothered by it. You're talking to your friends, it's just bothering you. Mm-hmm. And so now we have this continent of common ground that surfaced from beneath the waves that racism is real, there's something wrong with the justice system, and we should do something about it. Now, it can submerge, and it may not be strong enough to build all of the things that we need on it.
Yeah, right.
But,
that's occurring.
But this is a moment, this great awakening. I think we've gone from woke to awakening. And this great awakening is going to be written about for decades.
Centuries.
And we're not even done with 2020. We're not even halfway through 2020. Who knows? We've already had plagues and pandemics and riots and curfews and quarantines and UFOs and killer hornets and it's not even July 1st. So, but brother, I wish my parents were alive to see this. I want
to ask you this. So the day before George Floyd was killed, how would you assess the state of the movement for justice reform? You've been central to it. You've been working on it for years and years and years. It's been so much. How would you assess at that moment how much progress, how much frustration? Where were we on that day?
Well, we were, you and I working together had crafted a tiny bridge, bipartisan, and we've been able to move a few cars across that bridge, a couple dozen bipartisan bills in state legislatures. The great First Step Act, which really cemented in the idea that everybody from Bernie Sanders to Donald Trump were all going to run on some version of criminal justice reform. That was a breakthrough. Now you could argue it's good enough, strong enough, it's sincere, insincere, but no longer are you running for office saying I'm going to build more prisons. Like nobody's saying that. We took that out of the conversation, you and I and our allies working together. And so you had a little bridge. It could bear a little bit of traffic, but it was. But the reason you knew you were in trouble was that when this pandemic hit and you had a perfect opportunity to move, a couple 100,000 people out of harm's way in these prisons and to send them to home confinement and to stop putting people in for nonsense and probation violations, the system seized up. We got about 40,000 people out, but we didn't get 40,000 people out. So 40,000 is a large number. We got, the Reform Alliance and others working together, got about 40,000 people out of jails and prisons. But even in the middle of a plague, even in the middle of a pandemic, where people could literally die because they're sitting in jail because they can't make bail or because of probation violation, and you could literally just grab 500,000 of them and just send them home to home confinement, the system wouldn't move. So that lets you know there was a limit even then of how much hearts, minds, policy, law had been changed, even by all of our great work. So I would have said we were about at a C-, definitely a passing grade, but you're not getting A+ when you can't get 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 people out of a death sentence in these prisons. And then this thing happened. And suddenly,
at this moment, we have either a moment or we have a movement. And what does our pathway forward look like on police reform, which is a component of justice reform, and the broader issues of justice reform? How would you assess things? I mean, what's your sense?
I think that we have to achieve success on 3 different measures. First of all, if you had talked to me a week ago, certainly a week and a half ago, I would have said we're headed toward 5 to 10 American cities burning down by the end of the summer. Because we were tired. I've never seen Black people this hurt. And I think it's because our illusions and delusions got burned through watching that lynching. We used to try to sprinkle a little fairy dust on our children called the talk. Hey, if you don't talk back, if you don't run, if you don't fight back, if you don't have drugs on you.
Cope. We've always coped. You see, we've always developed coping survival and resilience, right? We could take a hit. You could take it and keep going. You had to be tougher, stronger, smarter, quicker, faster, right? Got an 18-year-old son. How many times? Be respectful. I know, Dad. Don't talk back. I know, Dad.
Right.
I know. In other words, that's his response. I know. Don't worry. But you still worry, right?
Still worry.
It terribly worry, but it's a our coping mechanisms, but you get tired of coping.
Yeah. And
You
then
get tired of being resilient. You get tired of saying, well, I got to keep on taking a hit. I got to take more. I got to put up with more. That's just the way it is. You're Black in America.
Right. And then what happens is there's nothing you can tell your child that would protect them from what happened to George Floyd.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't talking back. He was complying.
He was as calm, as cool, as collected.
Yeah.
No pushback. He didn't even mouth.
Not even a curse word. I mean, he was just saying, hey, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And so when you see that, I've never seen Black people that hurt. And because you just knew this was a lynching and there's nothing I could tell my child that could stop somebody from doing something like that. And so first of all, you have to get justice in the case. Because what I said is you were headed toward 5 or 10 American cities burning to the ground, because if the cops weren't arrested, if nothing happens, what you're saying is we're not citizens. What you're saying is if you can murder a Black man that way in broad daylight with the body cameras on and the cell phones out and he's not resisting and you can just strangle him to death, that means it's open season on Black people and we're not citizens. And in that case, you can't stay off it. People aren't going to take that. And so but now, Keith Ellison got a hold of the case. He's going to prosecute the case in the right way, I believe. And that bought us a moment. And then you saw this flourishing of beautiful, peaceful protests. And NASCAR says they don't want to have the Confederate flag. And the NFL is apologizing for.
And Roger Goodell, right? I mean, some of this stuff is stunning. I mean, in terms of, NASCAR, you never expect that.
Yeah, and so suddenly the door opens. You're off the destruction track. You're on the possibility track. How do you stay on that track? Justice in the case. Listen, if these officers are acquitted, then that means it's open season. So you got to get justice in the case. I believe that Keith Ellison will fight till the last dog barks to get justice in the case. Number two, you have to have bipartisan federal legislation that will begin to deal with the question of impunity. They may have passed a bill of some kind, but the real issue is impunity. If you listen right now, I'm from a law enforcement family, and nobody has more respect for law enforcement than I do. But I want police to obey the law. We want lawful policing. We don't want lawlessness in the police force. We don't want lawlessness in our communities. We want lawful policing and peaceful streets. And the problem is, if you take 800,000 people, which is how many police officers we have, and God bless them, and you give them all guns and badges and tasers and fast cars and walkie-talkies and send them out and say, hey, go out there and keep the peace. And by the way, no matter what you do, you can't be disciplined. You can't be demoted. You can't be fired. You can't be jailed. You can't be sued. Human nature tells you that some bunch of people are going to figure out they can get away with anything, including murder, and they're going to try it. And that's a culture of impunity. And this is a human rights issue. Any internal security apparatus where there is impunity in any country in the world, I'm not anti-American, in any country in the world, if you have an internal security apparatus where there is impunity for the officers who are sworn to carry out their duties, and if they misbehave, there is no consequence. You will have chaos. Have chaos. And then if you add on to it race, you will have chaos, and you will especially have chaos and abuse and corruption at the expense of the most disfavored groups and classes in that country. That's just human rights.
Yeah, and it's the stuff of totalitarian regimes. It's the stuff of repressive regimes, where you have an army which abuses people, intimidates people.
With no
and the founding fathers, they reserved police powers to locals. We have no sort of national police, no national army or anything of that sort. But, I think you're right. Now, I was before the House Judiciary Committee yesterday, testifying in favor of the Justice in Policing Act. And, the Republicans, for the most part, were muted in their tones and very respectful of Mr. Floyd's son. You got the sense, obviously, that there's an interest in doing things. I just feel that if you don't do structural reform, if you don't reform the civil justice issues and the criminal justice system issues 242 and qualified immunity, you still don't have the kind of reform you need. Now, I got an idea they put in the bill that I really pushed, and that is creating a national accreditation system for police departments. Because if you're on the ground, like I was, and you're trying to fix a department, if you have a national framework of standards that you have to manage, govern, and design your department to, you have more local leverage than if you're trying to do it all by yourself. You say, we have to adhere to these standards. This is the gold standard. We have to adhere to it. So we don't have any discretion. So for mayors and police chiefs too, who are dealing with local political considerations and local political pressure and all sorts of dynamics, that to me would help them, those that want to do the right thing. And in my life, and my role in reforming the New Orleans Police Department. But what you may not know is what my father went through many years ago. So my father took office as the first Black mayor in New Orleans in May of 1978. In February of 1979, the police struck. And they struck because they wanted him to recognize the Teamsters Union as their bargaining agent. And they struck on the eve of Mardi Gras. He resisted. He canceled Mardi Gras, and he broke the union. So the union in New Orleans hasn't had a collective bargaining agreement in 40 years, right? So when it came time for me to do my reform efforts in the mid 90s, I had no union contract to contend with.
Wow.
I didn't have to deal with a collective bargaining agreement. So all I had was civil service rules, which sometimes were problematic. So I had a freer hand. Now, the union still functioned as an advocacy group, but they had no legal standing, right? And so it made it a whole lot easier. And the unions have encroached on power because they've gone beyond just focusing on pay and working conditions to focusing on all of these disciplinary rules and work rules. We also went to the Louisiana State Legislature in 1995, 1996, and got the Police Officer Bill of Rights substantially modified, right? And so in my time, what I will say to anyone is that a local elected official, if they want to reform police, you got to be tough, you got to build consensus. So I was able to triangulate with the business community, because the business community didn't want a screwed up police department, an ineffective police department, particularly the tourism leaders, right? So it was an interesting coalition, in the Black community that didn't want the cops to be brutal, the white community that didn't want the cops to be corrupt, and everybody wanted a more effective force. And I think that this plays out, I think the federal law is crucially important, but we have to also find a way to train, teach, lead, help local elected officials, mayors, police chiefs learn not just what the techniques are, but what the politics is, how you communicate this, and how you say to people, you have a bad police department. And I'll give you an example, Van. This has been mentioned in the press. The Minneapolis Police Department has a low case closure rate.
Yes, they do.
So what you see with brutal departments is ineffective departments, right? They go hand in hand, because usually what it means is you got officers running around chasing people for a $20 bill.
That's right.
Chasing people for minutes, arresting, harassing, because they don't want to do the hard work, right? Working on murders, working on rapes, working on sexual assaults. And we have to educate people that police reform, other than tying people's hands, goes hand in hand with a more effective department. Because if these guys think all they got to do is come to their shift, ride around, arrest 3 or 4 people for minuscule things, get in a pushing match, and then they go home and their shift is over and they fulfill their responsibilities, as opposed to focusing on more serious crimes, investigating serious crime. See, that's the conversation that we need to have to educate people about not only constitutional policing, respectful policing, but effective policing that's effective in doing the things people want, which is focusing on violent incidents of crime.
Well, I appreciate your experience. A lot of us who have served in various parts of government know a little bit, but very few of us have had to run a city. And that's a very different, that's where the rubber really meets the road. And that's why I always appreciate your perspective. One of the things that I hear with this new slogan of defund police, which I think has alarmed and unsettled some people. If you double click on what they're talking about, there's actually some positive things in there that go right along with what you're saying. I think we ask police to do too much. I think everything is now a police issue.
Right, homelessness, mental health, everything.
If a child throws an eraser,
litter,
everything is now a police issue. If a child throws an eraser in a elementary school, the police get called. I mean, homeless people, mental, like you said. And now if you're a cop, you have to be not only strong and fit and able to deal with all the physical part of it, now you have to be a marriage counselor, a therapist, a coach. Who are you gonna find to do all this? And you gotta pay them $50,000 a year or $30,000. This doesn't make any sense. And so,
man, you're so right that I think people have taken a slogan, defund the police. It unsettles them and they want to take it literally, when in fact, what it means is shifting of responsibilities. What it means is focusing on other areas. And I think we have to continue to say that because New York City took enforcing street vendor rules out of the hands of the police, right? Most cities should have crisis intervention units for people who happen to be on the street and are homeless. Many of them have mental health issues. Many of them may have been veterans. I mean, we have a chance to reimagine, policing and make it better, make it more effective, make it stronger. And I think that's really going to be the challenge. Which city, which communities can do that most effectively? The other thing is, the New York Police Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, some of these police departments are really well funded. You got communities like Jackson and Baton Rouge and Shreveport, Monroe, Louisiana, small communities. They're struggling. I mean, when I took office, we literally had a garage full of police cars with full flat tires. I mean, you had broken down police stations where the locks didn't work. I mean, you had basic issues, right? That broken. So I think we have to talk about reimagination, and some of these slogans, you're an activist, I'm an activist, they're designed to energize and designed to excite and designed to get people. And people are outraged at what they see. And you know what? It's accumulated from Trayvon Martin
all the way.
It's just, and when, I tell you, when I saw early in the morning, I turned on CBS News and they showed the video of George Floyd. I jumped up, walked about 2 feet away from the television. I literally wanted to go through the TV and grab the officer and pull him off of George Floyd. And I was thinking that the citizens who were watching, why didn't one of them go, but he's a cop, he's got a gun. And there's another guy watching, standing lookout. I mean, it was as egregious as possible. But let's talk a little bit about, give me your sense of a police reform bill through the Congress at this time. Is anything meaningful really possible, or is the classic politics going to get in the way of a real bill versus something that might be symbolic?
I've talked to everybody on all sides. I've talked to people in the White House. I've talked to people, good Democrats in the House like Hakeem Jeffries and Cedric Richardson and Karen Bass, who obviously is the big leader for this. I've talked to Tim Scott in the Senate. Doesn't seem like a lot of overlap yet between what law enforcement's willing to put up with, what the community is demanding, what the Democrats want to advance, and what the Republicans can stomach. So I don't think that this kumbaya kind of euphoria is only going to take us so far. The hardened bunkers of unaccountable power that are represented in police unions, that are represented in this whole qualified immunity thing, so you can't sue anybody, and the resistance and reluctance of prosecutors and juries to put cops in jail mean that the impunity, the core of the issue is impunity. You can do whatever you want and you won't get in trouble. So So on the employment side, you cannot discipline, demote, or fire police officers effectively, because the police officers' unions have bubble wrapped the process in so much red tape that you effectively cannot discipline, demote, and fire police. That's impunity. You cannot sue them because of qualified immunity. That's impunity. And you can't
prosecute them.
And you can't jail them. You can't prosecute them because the prosecutors are scared, the juries are overly sympathetic, and the rules are in their favor. So you created a system of impunity at the employment level, in civil courts, and in criminal courts. So you now have a problem. Yeah. And I don't care how much training you do on top of it. I don't care how much diversity talk you do on top of it. I don't care how many chokeholds you band on top of it. As long as you don't puncture those bunkers of unaccountable power that can be abused and become hidey holes for lawlessness inside law enforcement, the problem will not be solved. And I don't know yet if we have a movement that is strong enough to do that. We have a movement that's strong enough to pass some important reforms that will have some positive effects. But if we do not deal with these, if we don't crack the power of police unions, for instance, here's an idea that nobody has considered. What about a 3 strikes and you're out policy for police unions? If you, as a union, defend this officer on a serious charge, rape, beating, death, and you keep that cop on the force, and then the same cop is then accused of something serious, rape, physical assault, death. The 3rd time, if that officer is found, guilty in any way, you are vicariously liable as a union to that family. Now you're on the hook financially, because at a certain point you are just aiding and abetting rogue activity on the part of police officers. See, the benevolence, the old police benevolence societies were a very good idea. That's the origins of the modern police union, the benevolent society. Why? Because you got people out there risking their lives. And if somebody gets killed, then the widows and the orphans,
they help them out.
Exactly. And so you're saying, hey, listen, and everybody pitched in the neighborhood, and it became something that was a source of pride and support for people who were doing a tough job. But then they became a racket to protect bad officers and to bubble wrap bad officers in red tape so you can't get rid of them. Now look, guys, nobody is mad at you when you're arguing for better wages, pensions, all that kind of stuff. But when you're putting rules in place that make it impossible for a good police chief and good police officers to get rid of the knuckleheads everybody knows is ruining the department, you've gone too far. And I
didn't have to negotiate a police contract. I had a fire union. And when we renegotiated and they were threatening to strike, I told the fire union chief and the negotiator, I'll pay you more money. I'll give you more equipment allowance, but I will not give you more power, period, right? You got to make a decision. You want the money? Now, if you want to fight me over power, then I'm going to take the money off the table and we'll fight over everything.
That's right.
I think you make an excellent point. Now, the Minneapolis police chief announced yesterday or the day before that he's withdrawing from negotiations with his police union. Now, I think that one of the interesting things is how this could play out with the renegotiation, at the city level, at the county level, where you have unions. If mayors or some mayors could say, I'm gonna stand up, and you're gonna have to, for me to sign a new contract, I'm gonna delete these provisions. I'm gonna eliminate these rules. I mean, to me, when the rubber hits the road, you can either change it that way, or you can change it with state law changes that limit the scope of a police collective bargaining agreement. Now, you could probably get that in some states, right? Yeah. But you're not going to get that in many, many states. Yeah. So I agree with you. Look, my hope is that we can get a strong bill through the House and then at least entertain some discussions about something. I'm kind of like, not in the mood right now for what I call de minimis progress. And I tell you, because of the movement in the community and the movement in the streets, which makes this so different, is we've got a movement behind us that wants significant change. And I think, look, if I were mayor, I should want to keep qualified immunity. Because who pays the bill on these lawsuits? Not the individual officer. The city pays the bill. However, if you don't have qualified immunity and you are a mayor, it gives you a stronger hand to have a different use of force policy. It gives you a stronger hand to have a different set of rules when it comes to discipline and termination. And so these things sort of play, off on each other. And that's why I think, but I thought about this and, racked my brain, did a little research, need to do more research. No other profession in American life is afforded the protections you describe. Not a single one, not doctors, not lawyers, not military officers, certainly not firefighters, not child welfare, if you will, workers. No other. So we've cloaked local police with this sort of exalted status above all others, with rights that nobody has. And I think people need to understand that is what we've done. And that culture, that mindset, that mentality has produced the problems we have today. Let me just ask you for any last words. We've had a great talk today, Van, and I know your time is tight, but always the Urban League appreciates your words and your wisdom and your insight and your passion. And this conversation obviously is going to continue and our work is going to go on. So any last words?
I just want to thank the Urban League. I mean, part of the thing is that, we have people who, thank goodness are new to this fight, and we need those fresh forces. And we need people to come pouring in and who don't know anything, they don't know any better than to ask for what they want. And you always have to renew the struggle. But you also have to have organizations that know how to deal with the moment and who understand, the difference between a mayor and a sheriff and a state representative and all of that inherited wisdom that can then take as you say, take the moment and ensure it becomes a movement. And, without the Urban League, it's very, very difficult because the thing I didn't talk about, which, I'll just leave you with this, the third leg of the stool is justice, yes, legislation, yes, and also economic opportunity. We're going to have to surge capital into these communities, because the reason these communities are tinderboxes right now for the next match is because the jobs have been taken away because of the shutdown. COVID hit us first and worst. You go through the whole list and litany, even as the unemployment numbers are starting to go in the other direction, our numbers as African Americans are not going in the right direction. We're actually going up. And so there's going to have to be economic renewal and economic opportunities surge into these communities, because I tell you what, if you continue on the path that we're going, this federal government fired $3 trillion cannons at this economy and didn't hit one black person I can find. I do not know what happened to the money. I don't know where it went, but it did not go to us. And so so it's three things: justice, legislation on police reform, and then economic opportunity. And in all three, the Urban League is one of our finest examples. Foremost leadership, and your wisdom on all these points is going to be crucial. And I appreciate you, brother.
Well, I thank you, Van. In the song "Glory," Common's got a great line. You need the wisdom of the elders and the energy of the young people. And I always look at this in that fashion, right? That we need the orchestra, we need the symphony, we need all of the activists. And, you kind of I remember when I was a younger person, throwing shade at the older people.
Yeah,
and talking about them, you guys in the way. And then, time evolves and, you look at yourself and say, well, you're not 28 years old anymore. You're not even 38. You're not even 48. Right. Exactly. And you've got, but the new energy, look, I've seen it in my teenagers, right? Who, my 14-year-old, take me to a protest, Daddy, my 18-year-old organizing his own. I mean, that to me is what, if they sustain a commitment, throughout their life to social justice, economic empowerment, then this time will be more than a moment. It'll be a movement. So, hey, brother, thank you always. Appreciate your leadership. We'll catch up.
Looking forward to it. We'll stay together.
God bless you. Thank you. Thanks. I'm Mark Morial, and I'm the President and CEO of the National Urban League. And I want to welcome all urban leaders, supporters, and guests to our 17th Legislative Policy Conference. You've tuned in to an outstanding and essential session. Yes, you're in the right place. Our session, Ensuring Black Communities Thrive in the Digital Economy. The power and promise of 5G is brought to you by Verizon. In addition to leading this session, Verizon is our presenting sponsor for the Legislative Policy Conference. Thank you, Verizon, for your vision and partnership, especially in these extraordinary times for our nation. Verizon's virtual technology support is greatly responsible for our ability to bring your voices, all of your voices, to Capitol Hill today, and we appreciate their work. Now, that brings us to the topic at hand. The power and promise of emerging cutting-edge communications technology, which can empower Black people to achieve economic justice and social equality. 5G technology is a new platform for connection and commerce, for entrepreneurship, and for social engagement. We must master it if we are to participate fully in the new global economy. Now, you've heard about 5G, no doubt, but you probably have questions, including what is 5G? You've come to the right place for all of the answers. We're going to start with Donna Epps, Senior Vice President for Public Policy and Strategic Alliances at Verizon. She's the person responsible for managing Verizon's federal public policy initiatives. She's a seasoned lawyer. She's led the company's regulatory and legal affairs. She's developed and advocated for regulatory positions on internet broadband policy, on privacy and consumer protection, among many other issues. She knows this space. She's an urban leader. We're proud to have her join us today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Donna Epps.
Good morning, Urban Leaguers. I am Donna Epps, and I lead Verizon's Public Policy and Strategic Alliances team. We are thrilled to be the lead sponsors for the National Urban League's Legislative Policy Conference. First, let me start off by thanking the National Urban League family and Mark Morial for your tremendous leadership in empowering African American communities and really all underserved communities. And I particularly want to thank Mark Morial for his clear, consistent, and courageous voice advocating on behalf of all people. He's truly an asset to the country. Thank you, Mark. We are indebted to you. So, as Mark said, we're going to focus on 5G and how 5G can empower our communities. But before we get into 5G, I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to acknowledge the events that have unfolded in our country over the past few weeks. Like many of you, we were shocked and horrified as we watched George Floyd take his last breath in broad daylight. We were already reeling from the pandemic and the massive economic losses that have upended the African American community. And then we were just shocked with what happened in Minneapolis. We are heartbroken, like many of you. We are frustrated, but we are hopeful that we can be part of the change. We've thought a lot about what we could do to respond, and a couple of things are clear to us. Number one, we're very clear that hatred and systemic racism is tearing our country apart. And number two, we are clear that this is a moment in time where all of us have a call to action that we must answer. And that call to action is not just for our elected officials or individuals or nonprofits. It's a call to action also for corporate America. As a company that fiercely believes in diversity and inclusion, we wanted to do something meaningful. So one of the things we did earlier this month is we donated $10 million to a premier group of social justice organizations, including the National Urban League. Now, we did this not because we think money will solve the problem, because we know it won't, but we do know that our leaders on the ground need the resources necessary to be effective as they fight for justice. We also did it because we believe that words of good intention must also be coupled with meaningful action. And that's not the only action we've taken, of course. We have a long track record of taking action to try to encourage diversity and inclusion and really to model that value, to give life to it. We've taken meaningful action to try to create a much more diverse workforce. And I'm pleased to say that 40% of our board of directors are African American and Latino, and over 31% of our senior management team, and that's vice president and above, are people of color. We've also taken meaningful action to support diverse businesses. We have a robust supplier diversity program, and last year we spent $5.8 billion with diverse businesses. And finally, we've taken action in the public policy issues that we've supported. We have used our platform and our influence to advocate for a number of social justice issues, but most recently, we've really doubled down on criminal justice reform. And you'll hear a lot more about our criminal justice reform work later in the program from our General Counsel, Craig Silliman. Because you see, we understand that it is critical to have underlying policy change if we expect to see any behavioral change. So we have a lot of humility around this work. We know that we have a lot more work to do, and we know that the country has a lot more work to do. But we believe the country are up to the challenge. And I'm particularly encouraged that we have great partners like the National Urban League who can advise us, who does advise us, who encourages us, and most importantly, who locks arms with us as we work together to jointly improve the communities that we serve. So now let's turn to 5G. So 5G is the 5th generation of mobile technology. You've probably heard of 5G, but you may not understand exactly what it is or know why there's so much excitement surrounding it. Verizon was the first provider to roll out 5G in the country, and we are in the middle of a multi-year build out of our 5G network. Earlier this month, we actually launched our 35th city, which is San Diego. So when Mark asked us to put together a session on 5G, he asked us to cover 3 things. First, what is 5G? How does it work? What does it consist of? Second, why should people care about 5G? In other words, what is 5G going to enable that is going to improve people's lives and their communities? And third, what are the key public policy issues that come into play when you talk about 5G? So we put together a very rich program to cover all 3 of those buckets.
Of all of humanity's inventions, none has transformed the world more than networks. Networks shrink the planet and bring us all closer together. Networks accelerate innovation and spread the best ideas to where they can do the most good. And that's why what we do at Verizon is so important. We create the networks that move the world forward. Networks that connect anything to everything and everyone to anyone. Networks built as platforms. Networks built for innovators, entrepreneurs, and anyone with the ambition to tackle the world's biggest challenges. Creating networks that move the world forward is what unites us. Some of us climb towers and pull cable. Others serve customers in our stores and call centers. Some create experiences that inform, entertain, and connect brands with audiences. And others help businesses thrive and industries innovate. Moving the world forward is a big goal. They say if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. But at Verizon, we choose to go fast and far. This is what the world needs. The best in each of us. The power of all of us. Every day, in every task, with the conviction that everyone has something important to contribute. We are Verizon, and we create the networks that move the world forward.
Without further ado, I'm going to turn the program over now to my colleague, Lauren Love Wright, to explain what 5G is. Take it away, Lauren.
Thanks, Donna. Hello, my name is Lauren Love Wright, and I am Vice President of Network Partnerships at Verizon. My job is to lead a team of engineers as we work with municipalities, utilities, and network partners to build the Verizon network of the future. And that future is 5G. The very first generation of wireless telephony was called 1G. And that brought the ability for us to make voice calls while on the go over analog cell phones. Second generation, we started to move to a digital telephony. It was a transition to phones that were smaller and more affordable. The network was more expansive. It became nationwide. And people were able to use their cell phones to do different things like text messaging. The third generation is when we got faster speeds in wireless. That's where we were able to get web browsing and picture sharing and GPS capability. That was actually when smartphones took off. And right now, majority of what is being used is called 4G. That's where the app economy became prevalent. We also had the ability to watch video on the go. And now we're entering into a new era with 5G. 5G is going to be 100 times faster than 4G. It's going to have low latency, meaning that it's going to be instantaneous responses. Things will happen in a blink of an eye. In 2018, Verizon started deploying 5G. We started our 5G deployment in 4 cities. Today, we have 35 cities with 5G deployed, and by the end of the year, we'll have more than 60. In order to deploy 5G, we have to provide infrastructure, and the infrastructure that's needed is fiber, small cells, and spectrum. The fiber is needed to provide the backbone for the wireless network, and small cells are needed to deploy cell sites on. A lot of them will go on existing structures. It'll be deployed on street poles and utility poles or on the side of the building. And then the size will be much smaller. It'll be the size of a backpack. So in terms of the aesthetics, it'll fit much more into the environment. We need the small cells to get coverage and provide the capacity that we need in the dense urban environment or in areas where there's a large number of users, and also to support the large number of devices that we anticipate using 5G. For wireless technology to work, radio signals are sent over airwaves, or what's called spectrum. With Verizon, we are deploying 5G in what we call millimeter or high band spectrum. It allows us to get faster speeds and handle more capacity. So that spectrum that we have is critical. And as we continue to deploy 5G, we'll continue to deploy in new ways. We'll use low band spectrum, and then as additional what we call mid-band spectrum becomes available, it'll just increase our capacity and increase our coverage and increase our ability to offer new use cases and serve more people. I started my career as an engineer, and I've moved into a number of different organizations, and I've seen technology change. So as I talked about the progression of wireless technology, I was involved in much of the development in the very early stages. When we would sit in a room and talk about what 2G could do, we were envisioning what is our reality today. As we look at 5G, we're envisioning a whole new future. When I think about how many people have laptops and smartphones and how many people are really using technology, I just think that it's going to continue to spur innovation, and we're going to see new ideas and new technologies come from non-traditional elements of our society. And it also is a great equalizer. Anyone from any background, once they understand technology and how to develop technology, can really get into the field and have an impact not only on society today, but society for the future. 5G has the ability to improve the quality of life in many of our underserved communities. We've seen with COVID how important it is to have access to education and healthcare. And that's why our ability to continue to build and expand this technology broadly across the community is so important, and why we have to partner with our policy makers so that we can build in a way so that we can serve everyone. For 5G to deliver the promise that's available with the technology, we need help from policymakers. One, to make sure that we have the spectrum that's available, and two, to make sure that as we deploy small cells, we have the ability to deploy them in an economic way, but also in an efficient and quick way. It requires cooperation and a partnership between companies like Verizon, who are building out the infrastructure, and municipalities and utilities that have structures and have policies in place so that we can continue to build the network. I want to thank the National Urban League for sponsoring and hosting this conference. And now I'd like to turn it over so that we will begin to talk about use cases in the area of healthcare, education, entrepreneurship, and smart communities.
Cancer is the ugliest disease mankind has ever faced.
I thought it was unfair when you hear those words that you get diagnosed with cancer.
Successfully treating it still remains one of the most enormous challenges facing us today. As surgeons, we're often doing life-saving procedures where we need to target something with precision. And right now, we're using past experience and intuition to guide ourselves. What if this could be different? We realized that if we developed a technology that could take two-dimensional patient imaging, whether it's their MRI or their CAT scan, and convert it into three-dimensional holographic renderings of that same patient, we could enable surgeons to dissect around the cancer so we can precisely remove it. When we first started, we felt like this might just not be possible because computing power just wasn't there. And so what Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband will allow us to do is deliver this data to surgeons with, for all intents and purposes, no lag time. And every single millisecond counts because there is no room for error or delay. We won't rest until we see this technology being able to change lives. Anytime patients do well, to see them awaken afterwards and speak to their family again is satisfying beyond words.
My name is Kathy Lester, and I work at the forefront of technology in healthcare as an innovation consultant. My job at Verizon is to actually find new and innovative ways to apply technology to healthcare to really improve the care paradigm. As you just saw in the MetaViz video, we are in a revolution. It's a technology revolution, it's a healthcare revolution. It is an amazing time to be in care. Verizon is super interested in healthcare because it really is an amalgamation of all the different industries and sectors. Telehealth as a technology has been around for quite some time. What we're seeing now under the COVID pandemic is really everybody having their first opportunity to directly interface with the telehealth platform. One of the promises of telehealth is the democratization of care. Imagine that even if you're in a community, regardless of where you are, if that's in urban America or rural America, imagine that you can actually leverage a technology bridge to reach that care provider or that specialist that you need. The ability and the promise of 5G to facilitate medical expertise to your home is an amazing forefront advent. In addition to my work at Verizon, I'm also an EMT. I have the privilege of serving our community in a clinical manner. So one of the things that we were thinking about is how do we leverage technology to really change how we are acting in the back of an ambulance? Let's take a look and see what we could do.
When people ask me what makes Verizon 5G different, I talk about the future of EMTs. An ambulance can only go so fast, but Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband is being built to transmit massive amounts of life-saving data in near real time. So someday, doctors could begin their work before the patient even arrives. That's a difference that could save lives. That's a difference that will change everything.
Now is the opportunity to embrace the future. Machine-human interface, the AI element, the ability to integrate and leverage mixed reality that combines our digital and physical worlds, and the ability to unlock the data store in a meaningful way. All of those are dependent on having network and compute at the edge that can handle and facilitate that exchange. And that's the promise of 5G. A big part of the 5G program and acceleration strategy is around enabling our partners and those innovative developers to really be able to leverage the speed and the currency that goes along with our 5G platforms, to be able to use big data and AI and the mixed reality type of elements to take what their idea is and really take it to scale and reach across the globe and into every back door and every community and everywhere it is. I'd like to very sincerely thank the National Urban League. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share what the impact of 5G in healthcare and how we might be able to work together to really drive and embrace the power of technology in delivering human prosperity. Next up in our use case series is our educational sector.
There's so much need in our public schools. They're looking for ways to engage their students. They're looking for new and exciting tools that they can use to teach.
We launched the EdTech Challenge to find 5G solutions that can increase engagement, increase achievement, and really prepare students for the workforce of the future.
Teachers typically have whiteboards or blackboards. You can just go so far in communicating abstract ideas with those tools. But take that very same kid out of the classroom and put them into the environment that they are exploring. Then the experience is radically different.
5G is great for classrooms because it provides the high bandwidth, low latency applications that can truly engage students and bring things that are intangible to life.
Mappers of Light started as a two-person VR project. Thanks to the support from this Verizon EdTech Challenge, we've moved it into augmented realities.
Covet is a project that incorporates AR and VR to create a dynamic, cooperative, problem-solving environment in the classroom.
Our project aims to give kids a real deep, visceral, intuitive understanding of where stars and planets come from.
By using 5G, we're able to use augmented reality not just for an individual student, but for groups who can look at the same simulation and together dissect the cell, solve problems, and collaboratively engage in learning processes.
Unsung focuses on 4 female musicians of color throughout history who've used their voices to advocate for social change.
Kids can see narratives of people that look like them, but also expose them to technologies that they have never really seen before, so they can kind of envision themselves as a part of the future. The kids are really good at asking, where's my representation in this? And then you have to start explaining to them, well, it's a database and no database is ever complete. They start understanding what data science is about.
We've got all these kids working to build these planets and to set them into orbit. And this is a heart-pounding experience for the kids. And they come out the other side saying, wow, that was amazing. Now I get it.
Kids get to play with cutting-edge technology. This makes it more cooperative, way more engaging, way more exciting. What could be better than that?
Hi, my name is Justina Nixon St. Hill, and I'm the Director of Corporate Social Responsibility at Verizon. Verizon is committed to moving the world forward for good. And that's why we are using our technology, our resources, our people to make an impact in society. Verizon Innovative Learning is really how we address digital inclusion across the country. Our goal is to prepare students for the jobs of the future. So we work with under-resourced Title I middle schools across the country where we provide technology access from Verizon, continuous teacher training, and we bring STEM programs to the schools. And these are the schools we're actually deploying 5G and enabling immersive ways for students to be engaged in the classroom and be prepared for STEM jobs. Access to broadband and wireless has always been critical, but even more so during the pandemic as schools move to remote learning. According to the US Department of Commerce, around 40% of students in low-income households do not have access to reliable broadband. Our focus is on making sure our students who are in the most disadvantaged locations across the country have access to these new technologies. One of the things that Verizon did immediately during the pandemic was increase the data for students. We went from providing them with 10 gig a month to 30 gig a month to enable remote learning at home. In addition to that, we are creating a remote learning platform where we can continue to train teachers virtually and continue to provide students with access to engaging content. The feedback we've received from our partners, our teachers, and our students have been very positive. In fact, during the pandemic, we found that our schools were better prepared to move to remote learning. Our students had access. We had teachers who were trained on how to help their students digitally, online, remotely. And we found that districts across the country were leveraging our work and the training that we provided to their teachers to enable remote learning across the entire district. We know that 5G is going to revolutionize every industry, and that includes education. So when we think about 5G and what it'll do in the classroom, there's first just the high speeds that will enable better video conferencing, especially when students are learning from home. But in addition to that, 5G is going to enable augmented reality, virtual reality, holographic experience, different types of immersive experiences that are really going to excite and engage students in the classroom. It's incredibly important for public-private partnerships and for companies like Verizon to invest in our communities to make sure students have access and also adults have access so that they can be reskilled, they can be upskilled, and they could also be ready for future jobs. So thank you, NUL, for having me as part of your conference. And now we are going to transition to a conversation around entrepreneurship.
So Hillman Accelerator, we support women and minority-led tech companies in Cincinnati, Ohio. We run a 12-week program where we invest $100,000 in each company. So far, we have had 2 successful classes where we've invested in 8 companies. What 5G means for our companies at Hillman Accelerator is that they'll be able to dream bigger. They will be able to do things faster in a way that it's not constantly a push and pull, a tug to get information back in. Many of our companies are using advanced algorithms and AI. They're working deeply with data analytics. An autonomous vehicle, for example, not everything is kind of constantly going back and forth to the cloud. You can have that car thinking for you and reacting faster. Things are happening in real time. With 5G, we can make greater investments into IoT companies because we won't have that fear that they don't have the power, they can't pull the data, that they'll be slow, and that they won't be able to be connected. And so be able to figure out a way to do those things faster so that their technology can move in a way that their customers will be happy. That's how it'll help our companies to dream bigger with 5G.
I am just a girl from Toledo, Ohio. I come from a pretty humble upbringing. I moved to Cincinnati to attend the University of Cincinnati and study economics and statistics. Moving from the housing projects of Toledo to kind of being thrust into a university setting, I had a huge learning curve, and part of that was a technology curve. I got my first computer when I was in college, and that took me to a whole different level. When I graduated from college, I realized that I couldn't sit still. I'd studied economics and statistics. Most of those people go put their fingers on the keyboard somewhere. I realized I just couldn't do it. And I got a certification to be a personal trainer. And a few years after that, I started a fitness studio, and then a mom and baby fitness company. I ended up having 2 fitness studios. I sold the mom and baby fitness company and I sold the studio. And as soon as I finished both of those things, I started my first tech company. And it was all the learning that I had from college and then running a business and then running a second business that put me in a better position to run my first tech company. There are 2 main areas where 5G can be beneficial. One is job creation, and the other is allowing people to work at whatever speed they need from wherever they are. Jobs will be created to get this deployed. And then we have a shift in our workforce right now so that not everyone's going to be able to work in an office. And we have to be able to have those people who are working from their homes to have the fastest speed possible. 5G will help communities of color by allowing the speed at which they have to do work and actually the speed at which they view things in their personal life faster. We need the democratization of the internet. We need the democratization of being able to do things in the time and in the way that we choose to do them. As the National Urban League thinks about technology and tech enabling companies, we need to think about how we shift the core group of businesses that we support from where they are today to building a growth trajectory with this technology. I think that it's going to be an amazing movement if one by one and over and over and over building these companies toward a greater future by adding innovation into what they do every day. Thanks so much to the National Urban League for having me today. Next, we're going to transition to a conversation about smart communities.
When I am going into a fire, usually when you open the door, smoke is down to the ground. It's pitch black. Time is really of the essence in a structure fire because it can mean life or death.
With 5G, we're going to be able to stream the video that they're getting through their mask back to a command center and stitch those videos from multiple sources together to provide greater situational awareness. 5G ultra wideband is necessary for all of these applications to work.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Collier. I'm the founder of Digicity, and we're a platform to inspire, inform, and convene leaders across sectors related to smart cities. And you saw Smart Cities at Work with the video that we just referenced, where you could see firefighters running into a building and being able to save not only their own lives, but other people's lives because technology was a part of the solution. 5G is the platform that enables that technology, and it doesn't work without the responsiveness that 5G delivers. A smart city is essentially about 3 things: sensors, data, and connectivity. So if you think about this in terms of a pyramid, at the base is connectivity. It's high-speed broadband internet. On top of that are sensors. These are devices that are collecting all sorts of information. At the top of that pyramid is the data itself that enables community leaders to make better decisions because they understand what's happening in real time in their community. The world is moving at a pace that astounds all of us. That pace is only going to increase. We can be informed by the past, but we can no longer look to the past to make decisions about the future. It is absolutely critical that we enable our communities with connected technology so that we can not only just survive in the coming decades, but really thrive. And we have an opportunity to do it. Smart city technology, connected technology, and 5G can be the catalyst to unlock the potential in our communities. So it's not just some people who are participating in prosperity, but everyone community-wide really has an opportunity. This is what I see for the future of smart cities and for the future of 5G, and it's going to take all of us coming together to make that happen. Great appreciation to the National Urban League for bringing us all together. This is exactly what we need to do to really unlock the potential in our communities. And yes, it's about all these different sectors coming together to solve problems, and technology is at the center of that problem solving. So next, we're going to hear a panel discussion. We're going to look at all kinds of different perspectives, experiences, and really unlock the opportunity to bring this home.
I'm Sherelle Dorsey, journalist and founder of The Plug. We're a digital news and insights platform covering the Black innovation economy. Now, we're truly amid unprecedented times, and technology has enabled many of us to work from home, to learn from home, and engage in society both locally and globally on a virtual level. I'm excited today to moderate this panel with noble leaders in tech and innovation, sharing their thoughts and insights on our route to recovery through technology. Today I have joining me Chelsea Collier from DigiCity, Candace Bracking from Hillman Accelerator, Justina Nixon-Santel from Verizon, and Michelle Robinson from Verizon. Michelle, we've heard a lot today about the benefits of 5G and why technology can be this powerful tool for good. But it's really important also that we understand the policies around 5G and what access actually looks like. So what are those key policy issues that we need to be addressing in order to support the rollout and ensuring that the technology arrives in all communities?
Thank you, Sherelle. And my name is Michelle Robinson, and I'm responsible for Verizon's state and local public policy work throughout the southeastern part of the United States. At a practical level, what's required to bring 5G to life is the installation of equipment in public rights of way. So what I mean by equipment is wireless antennas attached to utility poles that may be located in public rights of way, as well as the fiber or the cabling that carries all that communications data, those Facebook posts, those emails, that Instagram, even text messages. The cabling that carries all that data has to make it to that antenna on that utility pole as well. That can be underground, it can be aerial, but all of that must go to the antenna, or sometimes what we refer to as a small cell, located on a vertical structure, a utility pole, a bus shelter, a street lamp, inside typically the public rights of way. And almost all of this equipment will be installed inside the public right of way. And what that means is we need permission. We need permission from those who are responsible for managing the public right of way. That's state, municipal, county, and town governments. And to get that permission, when you think about how many governments at all levels there are in the United States, is long and slow and frankly a near impossible task. So it is from here that public policy emanates. Today, there's federal policy, and more than half of the states have enacted state policy as well. So, Sherelle, these policies are really aimed at making sure the installation of this equipment is fast and efficient. It also means that Verizon and local governments must truly work together to make 5G a reality for as many people as possible.
Thank you, Michelle. Chelsea, I want to kick this next question over to you. I think in light of what Michelle has said, I think when we look at from a policy perspective, it seems like such a grand process. But what are some of the practical solutions that really can help connect communities? So even on an individual level, or for me as maybe an individual citizen that's very concerned about how COVID has really highlighted this digital divide issue, what can I be doing in my community to really mobilize access to 5G? So that communities are not continuing to be left behind?
Sherelle, thank you so much for this question. And it's one that I hear most from city leaders. How can we all participate, and how can we increase access? And when you look at all the different groups that are a part of any different city or community, it really comes down to 6 different sectors. Of course, there's the government. Of course, there's industry. There's also startups, entrepreneurs, community advocates, academia, creatives, and our artist community. And so it's our collective job to come together and rethink how we envision our cities. In the old way, all of these sectors were acting as individual actors. but the future is being redefined, and technology is at the center of all of that. COVID-19 and the global pandemic has absolutely underscored how connected we are. And so the next step is making sure that we are digitally connected as we are ethereally connected as well.
How are African American innovators and business leaders and teachers, able to leverage 5G to help increase economic opportunity?
I believe that access is a social justice issue. All sorts of access. So access to capital networks, access to other people to help you get to where you need to get to, access to technology and innovation. Without all those things, you don't have the opportunity to grow and thrive in the society that we live in. Having technology or not having technology can mean the difference between having enough to eat every day. There are plenty of mothers who have lost their jobs through this pandemic, and they need to find another way because the future of work is happening right now in this very moment. And if they don't have access to the technology that they need, maybe they don't get to work. What's important is that they are able to do those things now, maybe sometimes in their home, and have a way to feed and provide for those who live under their roof. That's just one of the tiny ways that we can make a change. Call center work can be done at home. Building a small business can be done at home. But you can't do those things if you have to go to the library that's now closed, to go to the coffee shop that's not even open everywhere. We have to be able to bring that now into the neighborhoods because the future of work is here.
Justina, I would love for you to chime in on this thought, particularly around how we are seeing and envisioning the future of the workforce and ensuring the inclusion of African American communities. Research just last year mentioned that automation and technology was really going to eliminate the service sector jobs, which we kind of know are overrepresented of African American and Latinx communities. So can you share some insight in terms of the critical need for technology to enable this next generation workforce and why we really should be rallying and championing the adoption of 5G technology?
When we think about 5G and the fact that it's going to revolutionize every industry, we knew education was going to be a big part of that. And that's why Verizon made the commitment to bring 5G to 100 under-resourced middle schools across the country. And there are two things that we're doing there, right? The first is we're reskilling our teachers in those schools, many of whom are African American. We are making sure that they understand how to teach using these new technologies. We work with them on how to engage students more in the classroom using 5G solutions because we want to make sure that they're prepared for what's to come in the digital economy, but that they're preparing their young students as well. And our second focus is to make sure that students have the connectivity and the resources that they need. Because we know when we think about the future of technology and next generation technologies such as augmented reality, virtual reality, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence, we want to make sure they're prepared and they understand the technologies and they can work through complex problem solving and really think about what this is going to mean for their future.
Chelsea, I want to ask you about this sort of myth and misinformation that's been floating around the internet as of late, and particularly around this issue of 5G transmitting COVID, which sounds absolutely ridiculous, but I'd love your thoughts and comments on that.
Yeah, and we've seen this at all the different intersections when our societies are going through major transformations. And we've all been through a major transformation. And guess what? Smart cities and 5G in the digital era is another example of that. We're all in this process of change, and that can be hard. Let's acknowledge that change can be hard, but let's also not get distracted by crazy myths like 5G can cause COVID. That's like saying you can catch a cold by watching TV. I mean, scientifically, it's just not possible. We can look to leaders like Dr. Fauci who have debunked all of these myths. And let's just get really honest about what we know to be true is that our cities are facing massive challenges right now. In our communities, can be in crisis if we don't take the steps right now to implement technology and specifically connected technology into our communities. So let's focus there and not waste a whole bunch of time with craziness, which is again, it's just eye-rolling. Anything can make a headline these days, right?
Michelle, I want to come back to you and really ask, what message would you give to policymakers and community leaders now about why it's important to take this bold action?
Yes, well, when it comes to 5G, we're at the very beginning, right? And a lot of what we've been talking about here is really leveraging this network as a platform to build all this innovation on and create this opportunity for communities, including my own. As it relates to the digital divide, we've come a long way towards solving it, but I'll be the first to acknowledge, Sherelle, that there's still a long way to go. There are still communities, low income and rural in particular, that don't have the sort of connectivity that's necessary in today's world. While there's a bunch of things going on at the federal level and at state legislatures and elsewhere to try to solve this, when we talk about bringing 5G to life, the more that we are in partnership with local elected and other types of leaders to understand that this equipment installation are the fundamentals to creating this 5G platform on which all these things we envision to life, these conversations are critical to be able to bring those things to life, right? We have to get this equipment installed. And when we're working positively together and we're in constructive and open discussions with elected leaders and community, and when the policy is a balanced one, we can go much further with the installation of the equipment, much further. So for example, in Houston, Texas, that city, through Mayor Turner and the city council and other leaders in the city, early on embraced the installation of this equipment. They saw the vision, some of what we're talking about today. And they worked with us on policy. Their policy comports with state policy as well as federal policy. And we were able to begin deployment of this equipment there early. And today, we are in the process of building out the 5G infrastructure, that 5G equipment in the very communities that the mayor refers to as complete communities. These are the communities he's identified as our most underserved and most underrepresented in the city of Houston. And we are deploying this equipment in that community so 5G can come to life there. Again, good partnership. Los Angeles, same type of arrangement, really good conversation, productive conversation, figuring out how to embrace this technology and how to get this equipment out there in a way that's reasonable. Los Angeles, we have deployed 5G equipment in an area that's commonly referred to as Skid Row. The city of Birmingham just recently passed a city ordinance embracing this technology. That ordinance comports with federal policy, and Verizon will soon begin the deployment of 5G equipment there. Birmingham is a majority-minority city. These examples are great examples, and there's many, many more, but this is not the case everywhere, Sherelle. In some communities, we've been, or have attempted to be in conversations for months or years with elected or community leaders, and we're not at a place where we can begin installing this equipment. It is in Verizon's interests to make 5G available to as many people as possible, including our people, my people, our community. And getting into a positive, collaborative discussion and partnership with local leaders, elected and otherwise, is really important to doing that. The better the partnership, the further we can go with this equipment installation. And this is the fundamentals of what's going to bring 5G and this vision that we all have to life.
Candace, as someone who serves an entrepreneurship community, particularly investing in Black and Latinx founders, how can that community start to begin rallying around access to technology, not just for entrepreneurs, but also for the community at large?
You know, Sherelle, it's really interesting what Michelle was talking about, really going to your state and local officials and driving change. It's those conversations that move everything forward. So I think that it's important that founders get involved with legislation so that they know that they actually take ownership of making the change happen. I think that is the the best way to do it. It's very important to have your voice heard, and many times it's a small group of people, right? Our council here in Cincinnati is 9 people who represent our entire city. So it's easy to get to each of those people and push and drive things forward.
So Justina, I want to talk to you about the education side of this digital access and technology, because a lot of times, having the resource there isn't the only part of the equation. It's also about learning how to leverage the technology itself and having the digital literacy for our communities to be able to adopt and disseminate and leverage these technologies to our advantage. And for the vast majority of parents right now who are homeschooling or are going to be part of, sort of post-pandemic, teaching and learning, how should we start thinking about digital literacy in the realm of 5G as this technology continues to roll out and reach some of our communities?
The first thing that we do have to solve for is the connectivity. And through the work that we've done at Verizon, we've provided access and technology to under-resourced schools across the country. But beyond that, you are point on. We need to make sure that teachers understand how to work with their students and understand how the students can use the technology effectively. And now we have to support parents as well. What we've learned in the last few months when parents became their children's teacher is that many of them struggled with basic digital literacy. They struggled with how to help their students with learning, how to use the technology that was sent home. And we realized that a lot of them were not using technology for telehealth services, for online shopping, for banking. So there was a huge gap around digital literacy. And last year we launched a program focused on bringing digital literacy skills to underrepresented populations across the US. And we're continuing to expand those types of programs to make sure that everyone understands how to use these types of technologies to better their lives, to access education, and to support their children as well. We are working and spending a lot of time with our teachers in our schools where they can then support the parents as much as possible. But we do have to figure out what's the next phase of this. How can we better serve the parents and make sure they're prepared? And we're launching a platform where we'll provide digital literacy resources to support not just our teachers, but our parents as well.
Chelsea, how can other cities start looking to become smarter?
And I think it's really important for all of us to understand that all technology issues are human issues. And it starts with trust, right? In some communities, trust has to be rebuilt amongst sectors. And I'm so happy to hear the great news coming out of cities like Houston and Los Angeles and Birmingham. These cities have really taken a leadership position and done the hard work to say, we're going to come together. We're really going to tell the truth. We're going to acknowledge what's happened in the past, and we are going to commit to a different future. And that future is enabled by digital technology. 5G is the underpinning of everything that makes IoT, the Internet of Things, which is really the fabric of a smart city. And when you think about it, a smart city is really just the Internet of Things applied to the urban environment. So really the answer around how do communities become smarter communities and smarter cities is that they have to become more connected communities. And yes, from a technology perspective, but also just from people coming together, hearing each other differently, listening to each other, acknowledging some of the challenges, and also committing to a different future.
Thank you, Chelsea. I love this idea of just getting better connected. I think that plays a big part, or a big role, I should say, in the upskilling of the workforce. And so, Candace, I want to reach back out to you here because, again, you're in the business of helping to build businesses, particularly in communities, that traditionally have kind of been left out of this frame of entrepreneurship on a very high level, or building high tech, businesses that will also employ people from the community. And so I'd love to get your thoughts on what companies can do, large or small, Congress, even civil society, what they can be doing to encourage and mentor diverse tech and STEM workers at this time.
I think that it's important that we highlight the fact that there are a lot of people winning, right? We need more children, more adults to see that Black and Brown founders are incredibly successful at what they're doing. I'm going to give an example of one in particular. So we have a company called Sube. They are kind of like Uber for Cuba. And they have built a technology. They started kind of building it on benches in kind of Wi-Fi parks in Cuba. And there they coded their prototype called Sube. Now they have tens of thousands of users. And as they've grown, they've also added a food component, and they're feeding a nation in a way that never happened before. We are an incredibly resilient people, and all Black and Brown founders are. And so I think that people should note that we're doing a lot with a little, but if we had an even playing field, we could do that much more. And contribute to a society and help build and regrow everything that we're doing. So I think it starts with highlighting the wins and then allowing this country to really just continue to build on top of those great things.
What makes you hopeful about the future of tech in communities right now?
What makes me hopeful about the future of tech in communities is the ability to use these technologies to truly engage young people and get them excited about the future. We recently just created, for example, a 5G hologram. And this is a way that students can interact with someone in a STEM career, and they can learn about different STEM disciplines. So I'm really excited about the fact that these technologies can make a difference in students' lives and can really get them prepared for the future. We've also partnered with historically Black colleges and universities to bring young people on their campuses to learn about some of these emerging technologies and to get some of the skills that they need, again, for future jobs. So we want to continue to support these young students and make sure that they're ready and they understand what these technologies are going to mean for their lives.
I think this conversation that we're having right now is a perfect example. I mean, you have a massive corporate partner coming together and fostering this conversation, and they're not coming at it from a vendor perspective, they're coming at it from a partner perspective. And I'm seeing all sorts of different people come together in new ways to envision what's possible in communities. Technology can be an incredible enabler of challenges that face all of our communities. And we have a real chance to get this right. We're going to have to reset, we're going to have to reboot, and we're going to have to recommit to what our digital future looks like. And those cities who are really getting it right are thinking in terms of their city as a platform. So there's all sorts of different ways that different people and different organizations can plug into that platform. But in order to have a platform, you have to have a strong foundation, and connectivity is absolutely the enabler of that foundation.
So Michelle, I also want to hear about what makes you hopeful about the future of tech in communities, but I really want to get your message, the message that you would give to policymakers and to community leaders right now about the urgency of taking action.
I am an advocate. Put another way, I am an activist. And I know listening to this talk right now is a whole group of Urban League activists. And so what I want to say is elected leaders hear from Verizon and others in our industry all the time. But what's really important is they hear from you. All of you Urban League leaders continue to educate your elected leaders about your civil rights and economic empowerment strategy. Tell them about your work with Black tech innovators, STEM education for our youth, tech internships for our young men and women at HBCUs and elsewhere. Tell them about all of that. Make sure they understand how important 5G is to the Urban League, how important it is to ensure that 5G comes to the community so that we can be among those on the leading edge of what it stands to bring. If they know that 5G is important to you, they will know that it's important to our community. So please feel free to connect with Verizon, find out what's going on with 5G where you are, and let local elected leaders know that it's important to your work.
I want to thank everyone here on our panel today for sharing such incredible insights and this hope for the future. I know it's not been easy making these transitions and being on an accelerated timeline, but we also know the significance and the opportunity that 5G provides us and access to things like Wi-Fi, what that means for our children, what that means for educating the future of the workforce and ensuring that folks from our communities are included in that conversation. So thank you to Verizon for hosting this conversation, and a big thank you to the Urban League for really being at the forefront of ensuring that we're sharing this information and having these discussions within our communities. So now let's have a little bit of fun and close this session with a video on how 5G will transform sports and entertainment.
This is just another level.
All senses are activated while you're in here.
When we think about what NFL fans want, we think about this analytics revolution and the popularity of fantasy football and the ability for them to have access to real-time video. Fans are going to be able to see all the different things we're doing in stadium around augmented reality and multiple camera angles for replays and simulate that experience in venue or in stadium.
I think it's truly a game changer in terms of how people watch games now.
And with 5G ultra wideband and the high bandwidth that it provides, we are putting all of this in the fingertips of NFL fans.
How cool is that? And I'm not even a huge football fan, but that's pretty exciting. You see, 5G is going to transform entire industries and segments of our economy. And that's probably going to be the place where it shows up the most for you. But it's also going to revolutionize the way that we experience sports and entertainment. It's going to be really exciting. We've covered a lot of ground today. I want to thank you so much for your time and attention. I hope you found it interesting and informative. 5G is going to transform our lives, and it's going to power new solutions we haven't even imagined yet. But we know we can't deliver on the promise of 5G without working with community partners like NUL, local officials, federal officials. This is an all hands on deck effort. We are going to continue to engage with our local partners, our elected officials. We're going to listen, we're going to learn, we're going to collaborate and support. And we believe that working together, we can use technology to move our communities forward. Thank you.
We'd like to welcome you to today's session entitled Critical Voices in Critical Times, Outlooks from the Congressional Black Caucus. We're pleased today to have representatives of one of the most powerful caucuses in the House of Representatives, the Congressional Black Caucus. These 54 members, representing millions of Americans, are making decisions that impact our daily lives. They are particularly poignant during the time of the pandemic, as they chair critical committees on matters of financial services, of education and labor, of science, and many, many more. Because it's going to take the entirety of the caucus's collective political experience and policy experience to help bring this virus to heel. Congressional Black Caucus Chairwoman Karen Bass is here, along with her colleagues, to provide some frank and comprehensive views and policy prescriptions to address the disparate impact of COVID-19 on Black America. They will share with us the CBC's legislative strategy on how to meet the needs of African Americans during these critical times. So I'm pleased now to introduce to you the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus, representing the great state of California, California 37. Please join me in welcoming Chairwoman Karen Bass. Chairwoman?
Hello, I want to congratulate everybody in the National Urban League for attending this conference. It is very important. All of us are on this virtual journey where everything we do now is virtual, our Zoom, our Facebook. I want to say that today we are in such an important moment in our history. Many of you who are attending this conference, like me, have spent years, if not decades, working to reform police, reform the criminal justice system. And I think because of the atrocious lynching, slow, torturous killing of George Floyd, that now we are at this moment of renewed interest in the issue of police. All of a sudden there is awareness of race in a way that I haven't seen in a long time. And with the outpouring, the massive support for change that we are all experiencing, I'm very hopeful that we are in a period that I would call a moral moment, where with the outpouring, the exposure, not just in the United States, actually, and in all 50 states, but around the world. And I think that this call for change is going to lead us to do some significant change here in Congress. So I'm always honored to work with the Urban League. But really, since COVID and now the situation with the police, my relationship with the Urban League and the relationship between the Urban League and the Congressional Black Caucus, we are walking in lockstep unity to make sure that we are able to address what we call the pandemic upon the pandemic. So we have a twin problem. We have a public health crisis, we have an economic crisis, and now the ongoing situation that we have experienced as long as we have been in the United States with the relationship between police and the African American community. So we introduced a bill this week that I believe is going to bring about significant change. When this bill is signed, police officers will no longer be able to kill folks and say, well, that was a scary black man, so I was in fear of my life and that's why I killed them. The police officers will be held accountable. They can be fired, they can be sued, they can be prosecuted once this bill is signed. But we see this as a way of really supporting police and supporting police departments, because I believe sincerely that no police chief wants to hire a criminal. But you know, Tamir Rice would have graduated high school this month if the police had the advantage of having a national registry, so that if somebody was abusive, that the police department would know it because they would be entered into this registry. The police officer that killed Tamir Rice had been fired by a nearby district. He lied during his interview and application process. That wouldn't happen anymore. Breonna Taylor would be alive because no-knock warrants would no longer be you would no longer be able to kick someone's door in just because you suspected that they had drugs. Certainly George Floyd would be alive because chokeholds would be banned. And so we're doing some significant legislation. But while we were in the middle of the COVID pandemic and we knew that Black folks were dying at 2, 3, 4 times the rate of where we are in our population, and we had come up with an intervention, because you can't just say the reason why Black people are dying is because we have all these health issues. So what does that mean? Then you do nothing? So the Congressional Black Caucus, walking lockstep with the Urban League, have proposed a very specific intervention where we think in our communities, if you have a problem, you focus on that problem. So we need to have concentrated testing, concentrated tracing, and concentrated treatment. I know, having worked in the health field, that one of the reasons why Black folks are dying is because we don't have the same health care. Now, we might have insurance, but when we go in and see a doctor, the way we are treated is very differently. I know with COVID, we're often sent home. And so we want to see this intervention happen. We have been able to win a lot of extra money for testing, but now we need to make sure that there is the concentrated intervention. And so another project that I'm proud to say that the Congressional Black Caucus and the Urban League is working on is in relation to COVID, the health, and the economic crisis. And we're doing a joint research project with the Congressional Black Caucus, the Hispanic Caucus, the Asian Pacific Islander Caucus, and the Native American Caucus. We're all working together. We have found a group of researchers reflecting each of our ethnicities, and we are embarking on a huge needs assessment surveying our community to find out exactly how COVID has impacted the Black community, Asian, Latinx, and Native American populations. And then how has it impacted us economically? And so this team of researchers is going to get us research in real time so we could do something really monumental. How about work on legislation that's based in data? So the data that we would get immediately will help us determine how we should intervene now, but then this project will last over a couple of years, because I believe that it's going to take our community a long time. We still haven't recovered from the 2010 recession. It's going to take us quite a while to recover from COVID. We're dealing with COVID, we're dealing with an economic crisis, and now we're dealing with police brutality, which has existed in our community for as long as we have been here. But a real milestone, a real opportunity that we have to bring about change. And I'm just glad that I can work with my partners in the Urban League. It makes me feel confident that we'll be able to bring about the change we need to have in this country. Thank you very much, and I hope the conference goes very well.
Thank you for those remarks, Chairwoman Bass. And now we're pleased to present Congressman Bobby Scott of the 3rd District of Virginia, also Chairman of the House Education and Labor Committee. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, I'm Congressman Bobby Scott. I represent the 3rd District in Virginia in the United States House of Representatives, and I chair the Committee on Education and Labor. We live in trying times. We've suffered over 100,000 deaths. In one 10-week period, over 40 million people filed unemployment compensation claims. And to put that in perspective, the previous record for 1 week was 600 and some thousand. So rather than dwell on the problems, let's talk about the solutions, because Congress went to work mostly on a bipartisan fashion to deal with the solutions. The first thing we did was to pass funding for tests and vaccines, pass family leave bills, and provided for school lunches, because we knew that as schools closed, many of our young children would be missing the only meal that they got during the day, the school lunch. And so we made sure that the schools could provide those lunches with waivers and additional funding so that those children could be fed. Then we passed the CARES Act, which dealt with income stability. We made sure that all adults got $1,200, dependent children $500. We provided for enhanced and expanded unemployment compensation. Enhanced because everyone got an additional $600, and expanded because people who've never gotten unemployment compensation before, like gig workers, independent contractors, and self-employed, got unemployment compensation so that they could buy food and pay their bills, pay their rent. We also passed the PPP program, Payroll Protection Program, loans to small businesses so they could keep their employees on the job. We passed money for education because with schools closing, they had to deal with distance learning. We have additional technology costs. We have to deal with the achievement gap in summer programs, special education, and higher education. We provided money for colleges, particularly our HBCUs. We provided money for food banks, seniors, hospitals, community health centers, and money to help the voting process. The money for the PPP program ran out, so we came back, replenished that money, particularly with a focus on small businesses. We had additional funding for hospitals, but we had $25 billion for additional tests. But we know that's not enough. We have a HEROES program that the House passed and the Senate hopefully by now has considered. State and local funding. We know that if we don't backfill the revenue shortfalls from our state and local governments, we'll see a lot of problems. Virginia is an example. Virginia General Assembly ended right before the pandemic kicked off. And we saw what a budget for education looked like, 2% teacher raises, more counselors, money for low-income school districts, community college support, freeze in tuition in our colleges. When they came back 6 weeks later to consider governor's amendments, the revenues had been reforecast. And all of those initiatives had been what they call unallocated. If we don't backfill the revenue shortfalls, there's nothing we can do for education that won't just be filling in the blanks. We need to make sure that we do the revenue shortfalls for state and local so that when we appropriate, as the HEROES Act did, $100 billion for education, it will be a step forward, not just filling in the holes. Education, including significant support for student loan relief. We had an OSHA provision to make sure that OSHA provides an enforceable standard to protect workers from infectious diseases, airborne infectious diseases. There is no enforceable standard, and we need to make sure that they do that. We had hazard pay for workers who are working in these hazardous conditions, essential workers pay, to make sure that they are rewarded for their heroic work. We had an additional round of stimulus checks, $1,200 and $500 for dependents, housing assistance for those to prevent people from losing their homes. We had a provision called COBRA. If you lose your job, regrettably in America, you also lose your insurance. We have subsidies in there so that you could keep that insurance. We have a contact tracing program where organizations like the Urban League or others can hire people for contact tracing. When someone is tested and found positive, we want to go back and find all the people they've had contact with so that they too can be tested and they can isolate themselves so they're not spreading the disease. We had additional help for nursing homes and small businesses. All of that to make sure that we can get through this pandemic. The Senate needs to take this legislation up so that all of those good things can actually take place. But our communities are going through an incredibly difficult time. The COVID-19 crisis continues to threaten our lives and livelihoods of our friends, neighbors, and loved ones. And on top of that, we're witnessing another painful reminder of the systemic racism that is still embedded in too many of our core institutions. But despite these challenges, we know that through hard work and collaboration, we can achieve real and lasting change for the people across the country. And that's why I thank the Urban League for your commitment in achieving equity in our society, in our economy. And I look forward to seeing you all again very soon. Thank you.
We'd like to thank the members who were here today to provide remarks. I think you'll agree with me that the country is in much better shape, and we have much greater prospects by virtue of having these members here serving in Congress. I'd like to also thank the members of the Black Caucus who are not here today, who could not be here because they're back in their home districts and they're back in their home states, fighting the good fight on behalf of you.
For more than a century, the National Urban League has promoted economic opportunity and addressed racial injustice. Today, we are empowering communities and changing lives through our 90 affiliates, serving 300 communities in 36 states and the District of Columbia. Welcome to the National Urban League. Now let me ask you a question. Did you know each year the National Urban League serves more than 2 million people? Through our signature programs, we continued our work as a direct services organization, offering after-school programs under Project Ready, job skills training through our workforce development program, comprehensive home ownership preparation. We help struggling students enroll in college. We help the formerly incarcerated build the skills necessary to secure family-sustaining employment through our reentry program. And we do this at no cost to the community. Did you know? While our reach and effectiveness continue to expand, our efforts, initiatives, and programming remains laser focused on education, jobs, housing, health, and justice. We are committed to improving our communities by giving a voice to the voiceless. We were on the ground March 24th at March for Our Lives, a student-led demonstration in support for tighter gun control that took place in Washington, D.C., with over 800 supporting events around the world. And in a political year like none we've seen in at least a generation, we lead activations across the country through our civic engagement campaign, Enough is Enough, Vote. Finally, let's take a look at one of our major campaigns, No Ceilings on Success, an education campaign centered on arming parents, teachers, and community leaders with the tools to help close the education, opportunity, and achievement gaps. This campaign also holds states accountable to the Every Student Succeeds Act, a law that helps level the playing field by reducing racial disparities in education and putting more control in the hands of parents and concerned citizens. By design, No Ceilings on Success elevates the voice of the people and empowers them to advocate for children and their communities. And what better place to start than by asking the hard questions?
We've made a lot of progress over the last decade. We certainly have the highest graduation rate from high school we've ever had as a country. That said, we have a lot of work to do.
Public school system works. So I am a product of the public school system, and so it is our duty and obligation to hold our states and our country accountable when they don't fund our schools properly, and to call them out, elected officials included, when they claim to care about our children, but they don't put the money or the resources behind that.
No Ceilings on Success works in tandem with our Equity and Excellence Project that supports local, state, and national education advocacy, engagement, and reform.
We have to have environments that nurture our children and that are offering the kinds of support to their families that children and families need today.
You need to get involved and join the Urban League.
You can support your local Urban League as a volunteer, a young professional, or a member of the Guild, or make a donation to the National Urban League as we continue to empower communities and change lives.
everyone. I'm Rhonda Spears-Bell, Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer at the National Urban League. We hope that you're enjoying our 17th Legislative Policy Conference brought to you by Verizon. You know, it's a rewarding challenge bringing this virtual conference to you during these unprecedented times. There's so much going on all around us, but you know what? Justice just won't wait. So thank you so much for participating in this conference with us. The title of this session is Finding Motivation, Restoration, and Renewal in Uncertain Times. The session is an acknowledgement of the extraordinary challenges that we are all experiencing. 2020, no doubt, has brought us a pandemic that in many ways took the world away from us. We're strained by overwork, financial stress, and pressures on our family relationships. And if that weren't enough, we're once again confronted by the horror of police violence and an endless news cycle of conflict and protest. The risk of burnout is real. We need restoration and motivation. Which brings me to our special guest today, Mr. Devon Franklin. Devon is an award-winning film producer, New York Times best-selling author, and motivational speaker who has quickly emerged as a media force and a leading authority on inspiration, spiritual wellness, and professional personal development. He's the president and CEO of Franklin Entertainment and is responsible for such films as the inspirational hit Breakthrough, the Sony Pictures animation production, The Star, and the hit Sony Pictures film, Miracles from Heaven. Devon is also the author of the New York Times bestsellers, The Truth About Men, The Success Commandments, The Wait, which by the way, he co-wrote with his beautiful wife, Megan Good, and Produced by Faith. Please welcome the man Variety magazine named one of the top 10 producers to watch. And Oprah calls him a bona fide dynamo, a different kind of spiritual teacher for our times. Welcome, Devon.
Hey, Rhonda, how you doing? Thank you so much for having me. Urban League is my family, so I'm so blessed to be here.
Yes, it's so good to have you with us for our Legislative Policy Conference. You know what? It's I think we saw you a couple of years ago when you joined us for our annual conference. So to have you back and to share in this forum with us is amazing, and we're just excited. Devon, listen, before we hear from you, I just have a question that I want to pose to you and just get your thoughts on. We've been discussing this unbelievably stressful moment in our lives. And I didn't even mention the upcoming elections and the attempts of voter suppression and voter disenfranchisement that, you know, that really worries us all. Look at what happened in Georgia just last week. What do you think people need to stay focused and to navigate these unique pressures that they're facing and to restore their sense of hope and purpose during these uncertain times?
Yeah, you know, I think that, you know, in reference to so many of those challenges that you mentioned, I think the key phrase is focus. So like, let's talk about voter suppression for a moment. We know that there are forces at work to suppress and to stop the Black vote. We know it. Yes. So when we understand that, we don't allow the smokescreen of distractions to get us off of the focus that each Black vote, all votes, but specifically our vote, has to be cast. So what happens sometimes is we get frustrated by the process, right? So no, we got to fight against voter suppression. However, we still have to make sure we get down to those polls. If we got to wait in line, all right, y'all think you're going to just wait us out? No, we're going to wait you out.
We're going to wait you out.
We're going to stay focused on what it is we're here to do. And that's the critical key word to navigate so many of the challenges we're facing. Focus. Stay focused. What is the goal? What is the mission? Stay focused until it is accomplished. Don't allow distractions. Don't allow detours to distort that focus, because that focus is critical for real success.
You know what? You're absolutely right. And we can't wait to hear everything else that you have to share with us. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome again, Devon Franklin.
Hey, y'all. So glad that you're here. It's kind of interesting, right? Here we are doing this virtual conference. Everything has gone virtual. But let me tell you, I believe that this virtual experience has made us more connected than ever before. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for coming into this session. It's all about finding motivation. So can we just stop right now before we go any further? Has anyone told you that you are alive? I need to let you know you are alive. Okay, if you are alive, it means that you have made it to another day. You just got to take a minute to just be thankful for life right now. Too often we get up in the morning, we go about our day, we go about our way, and we forget to take in, wait a minute, I'm alive, I woke up. Do not take life for granted. Very, very important to just take a minute to give thanks where thanks is due. You are alive. I know there's a lot of challenges, a lot of problems, but do not overlook the blessing of life today, all right? You are alive. You are alive. You made it to another day. I know you've been listening to a whole lot of news, but let me give you that good news today, that no matter what you faced yesterday, it wasn't enough to stop you from being here today. And if you are here today, it's because there's an incredible call on your life. There's incredible purpose in you. And if you are here today, it's because your mission on this earth is not yet complete. So there's more work to do. And if you are alive, that is evidence that whatever it is you're supposed to get done, you are on your way to doing it. So, okay. So now that we've taken that in, let's talk about finding motivation. What is motivation? I found this quote about motivation that I love. It means to put in motion. And when I really saw that version of motivation, I said, this is fascinating. To put in motion. Now, when you apply that idea and that concept to the pandemic, it becomes a real challenge, right? Because it seems like once the pandemic hit, everything went from being in motion to stopping. Everything from the way it worked, can't go to the movie theater, can't go to sporting events, can't go to church. Everything stopped. You got to work from home. You got to shelter in place. You got to be safer at home. So everything stopped. And as a result, some of you, if you're in this session right now, if we're having a real honest moment, some of you, your hope stopped as well. Your inspiration stopped as well. Your faith stopped as well. Some of you, if we're really having an honest conversation, you may have lost your job. You may have been furloughed. You may be having some challenges financially. So as a result, your hope has stopped. Your faith has stopped. Your inspiration has stopped. And you've been asking, what in the world is going on? You've been wondering, how in the world can I get back to where it is I'm supposed to be? How in the world can I restart my life again? Well, let me tell you, if you have those questions, if you have those concerns, then you are in the right session right now. This session is all about getting back in motion, getting back to where, not only where you used to be, but where you need to be. May I submit for your consideration that one of my beliefs about the pandemic, it has been tragic. There is no doubt about it. It has been tragic. The lives that have been lost, the families that have been impacted. My heart and prayers go out to each and every one. With that being said, I do believe that prior to the pandemic, many of us were on a routine. We were just, getting up in the morning, checking our phone, going to work. If you have kids, you're picking up the kids, you're making dinner, you watch something at night, and then you go to bed, and then you get up in the morning, you do it again, and then you go to church, and God is good, and then all the time, and God is good, and you go to eat, and you do it again. And here we are on this hamster wheel of life in a routine. Now, let me ask you something. Have you ever gotten in the car and you're so familiar with how to get to work or church or your favorite restaurant that you get in the car and then you don't even realize that you know how you got there? Like you end up arriving at work and you're like, how did I get here? Because once you have a routine, you no longer need to be conscious in order to do it. Your subconscious takes over. So if you get in the car, you know how to get to work. You can be having a conversation and do a million different things. And all of a sudden you get to work, you're like, wait, I made it. Because your subconscious took over. And you went from being the pilot to being an autopilot. May I submit for your consideration that maybe before the pandemic, you were living on autopilot. You were living through the routine. Your subconscious was taking over. And as a result, you weren't actually actively participating in your life. Life was having you and you weren't having life. And so the pandemic for all of us was a time where we had to stop. We had to think. We had to reflect. because when we can't do the things we're used to doing, you saw people getting upset and frustrated. What I learned during this time is like, instead of resisting the moment, let me embrace the moment. Because see, at first when the pandemic hit, I was going through it like this. And now that we're coming out of it and there's all these things going on, in the world, relative to injustice and whatnot, some of us say, you may be like this. And so as I was like this, what happened was, I know this is like a fighting stance, but what happened is that as I was like this and had this kind of intensity, especially during the beginning of the pandemic, I couldn't actually receive what was available to me. And so I started to get frustrated because I wanted things to go back to the way they were. I wanted everything to be normal. But what I realized is that normal is not coming back the way that I knew it. You want to talk about uncertainty. Uncertainty is when we are used to doing a certain thing in a certain way and we can't do it and we don't know what to do. So what do? We tense up. This is what I did. I tensed up. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get through this. And then what I realized is that that's the wrong way to do it. I was stressing myself out. I was adding to the stress. I was frustrated. I was mad because I'm trying to get through it like this. And what I realized is that in order for me to get the best out of this moment, I got to go from this to this. This is the international sign of surrender. I had to surrender. What am I supposed to do in this moment? Who am I really? Because maybe before the pandemic, I was busy, but I never took time to think about who I am. What does God have for me during this time that I may have never heard before? So I had to go from like this to like this. I would encourage you right now to change your posture from this to this. Allow this moment, allow for an opportunity to surrender so that you can open up your hands to receive. This is also the international sign for receiving. There are many things that are trying to happen in your life that are good, that are positive, that are taking you where you need to be. But you may, because if you're like this, you may miss it. It's time to open your hands to receive. Receive a new revelation about who you are. Receive a reveal about what you're supposed to do. Receive the blessings that are available to you. Receive a new way of thinking. Receive a new way of living. Receive a new way of working. Receive a new way of doing your career. It's so important to go from this to this. It's time to receive what is available to you right now. And many of you, if you've been stopped, if you're not in motion, I argue it's because you're not yet open. If you want to get back in motion, if you want to get things going again in your life, I encourage you to open up your hands, open up your heart, open up your mind, open up your life to receive. There is something new that is trying to be revealed in your life right now. I can tell you right now, during this pandemic, it has changed everything for me. Everything that I thought I was placing so much value in what I did instead of value in who I am. I need you to know you are not what you do. I'm gonna repeat for those in the back, you are not what you do. I repeat for those that are sitting way, way back, you are not what you do. Too often we put so much value in what we do. And here was the real depression during the pandemic. If you were like me and you put so much value in what you do, and then all of a sudden the pandemic hits and you can't do what it is that you are normally supposed to do. And as a result, if you were like me, at first I said, what am I gonna do? Who am I? Because I was putting too much value in what I did. I need you to know that you are who you are. Whether you have the ability to do what you can do, whether or not you got downsized, furloughed, lost your job, don't allow the loss of a job to cause you to lose the vision of who you are. You need to know you are everything God called you to be, whether you have that job or not. I'm going to repeat, you are everything God has called you to be, whether you have that job or not. Really important to take that in, because if you do not believe in you, if you don't believe in who you are, you may get out there and you're looking for another job, and really what you're looking for is value. I need you to look in the mirror, and that's all the value you need to find right there, looking back at you in the mirror. Because when you know how valuable you are, when you know how valued you are, then as you are searching for a job, you're doing it from a place of confidence, not from a place of, if I don't have this, I don't know who I am. No, you are blessed and highly favored. You are amazing. You are God's thought. You are God's daughter. You are God's son. You are creative. You are talented. You will make it, but only if you open up your hands to receive this. One of the things that I noticed, as we've navigated this moment, which is really important, we're talking about getting back into motion, right? Like my main goal, if you're in this session, is I want to get you back into motion. You got to get moving again. You got to get believing again. You got to get dreaming again. You got to get hoping again. You got to get living again. You got to get planning again. You got to get preparing again. You got to get praying again. Do not let what you see in the news to stop you in your tracks. I know we are in some difficult times right now. We are all in a hot pursuit of justice. We are all fighting against police brutality. We are all fighting against racism and discrimination and injustice. We are fighting that fight, and we will win that fight. However, I need to be clear that you have a mission to do, which is sometimes here's what happens. We get so involved in what's happening outside of us that we neglect what's happening inside of us. You ever been on a plane and it says, before you, if there's a problem and the oxygen mask come down, before you put someone else's mask on, you got to put your own mask on first? Why? Because when you can breathe, you can help others breathe. If you're not breathing in your purpose, if you're not living in the way that you were created to live, you will not have a great of an impact in others' lives until you first begin to get aligned with what you were created to do. So it's so important. Yes, do I want you to be concerned? Do I want you to be on the front lines? Do I think you should be helping bring about change in this world? Absolutely. But let the change that you create in the world be mirrored by the change that you create internally on the inside. This is why it's all about getting back into motion. Because some of you, you've been stopped in your tracks. Many of you, you've been stopped in your tracks out of fear. And I'm going to talk about fear in a minute. But this is all about getting back into motion, all about getting your life back, all about getting your mind back, getting your thoughts back, getting your hope back. I don't know who I'm talking to right now, but some of you have been carrying a dream for so long. And if I'm being honest, you put it down because you said, I'm too old. I don't have the money. I don't have the education. It's just not going to happen. Now is the time. You got to go and pick that dream back up. Now is the time to get that dream back into motion. Now is the time to not look in the mirror and get depressed and angry and frustrated and mad. I want you to look in the mirror and say, God, you did a great job, and I am going to be faithful over the dream that you gave me. I want to talk about a parable that Jesus spoke. In Matthew 25, Jesus gives us this parable about, and many scriptures call it, about time and talent, right? So it's this idea that there's a master, and the master's about to go on a trip. And so the master gives each of his 3 servants talents according to their ability to manage them. Now, what's interesting is that if he was giving them talents according to their ability, it implies that he had been observing them before he blessed them. I need you to know that some of you feel like you're being overlooked. You feel like no one sees how much you show up. No one sees your dedication. No one sees your commitment. No one sees your integrity. No one sees your character. You feel overlooked. I need you to know you are being watched right now by someone who has the capacity to bless you. You need to know you are not forgotten. You've got to know you are not forgotten, because some of you're just literally, you cry at night and nobody knows. You put on a front, right? You come to events like this and you're in the mix, but on the inside, you're really broken because you feel like you keep putting in this work, you don't see a return. I need you to know that God sees you. I need you to know that there is someone right now that you don't even know that's watching you who has the capacity and the intent to bless you. Keep showing up. Keep being integral. Keep having character. Keep being faithful. Keep being persistent. Keep being committed. And so the master gives 5 talents to one, 2 talents to the other, and 1 talent to the other, to the last one. Then he leaves. Now, here's what's so fascinating. The master gives no instruction to the servants what to do with the talents. Now, I want to pause here. Again, just give you a little bit of background. When this scripture was told, right, when Jesus was telling the parable, a talent was not just like, some coins. A talent was actually a weight. Because back in the day, money was weight. So a talent actually weighed 75 pounds. So think about it. You go from having nothing, and then one got 75 pounds, one got 150, and one got like 375. So all of a sudden, they're blessed, but the blessing has a weight. So they're blessed, but they're also burdened. I need you to know, if you're feeling burdened right now, it's because of the blessing. So the weight of your burden is actually the weight of your blessing. So if you're feeling really burdened, like, how am I going to do it? You have to know that what you've been given has been completely designed based upon your capacity. So if you're feeling weighted down, may I submit to for your consideration that that weight is actually consistent with your worth. If you couldn't carry it, you wouldn't have it. I need to repeat, if you couldn't carry it, you would not have it right now. Somebody right now, you've been so burdened, I want you to flip it. Instead of saying I'm burdened, that means I'm blessed. Instead of saying, oh, I'm so burdened, anytime you want to just speak, oh, I'm burdened, I want you to say, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Because when you look at those 3 servants, they were burdened, but really they were blessed. They went from having nothing, and then now they had everything, but now they were responsible to do something with what they were given. The master gave no instruction, and he left. So there's one with the 5 talents, one with the 2, one with the 1. The one with the 2 and the 5, the scriptures tell us, they go and put what they had to work. They went to the market, they put it to work. The one with the 5 gave 5 more. He had 10 total. The one with the 2 put it to work, gained 2 more, had 4. I want to pause. They had something, and they realized that in order to get an increase on what we have, because think about it, they had to have, I believe, a vision of a life of increase. They had to have a vision for their life. They had to have a dream for their life. They were given something, they had a vision, and they said, well, the only way that I can increase what I have is to do what? They could not hold on to it and get an increase. How was the one with the 5 able to get 5 more? How was the one with the 2 able to get 2 more? Because they took what they had and they invested it into someone else's dream. I got to talk to somebody right now. In order for your dream to come true, for your dream to manifest, you have to invest your gift into somebody else's dream. When you invest what you have into somebody else's dream, the return you get on your gift is that your dream gets fulfilled. Too often we live in a society, in a world that's so selfish, where it's all about me, 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 me. You know, it's all about, oh, let me take the selfie, right? Okay, but sometimes we need to take the focus off of us and say, how can I take what I got and help you? Because I recognize that we're all interconnected. So when you look at the one with the 5 and the one with the 2, how do we know that they invested their talents, this money into someone else? Because think about the stock market. What is the stock market? That is basically a market for dreams. Someone had to come up with the idea, oh, it would be really great to create a social network that would connect people all over the world, right? And the stock market basically says, hey, you can invest in these dreams because these dreams will give you a return on your investment. When you look at the stock market, it's literally just an idea exchange. Somebody at some point had to have an idea, and they needed investors to fund their idea. And when the investors funded the idea, when that idea produced a return, those that invested in the idea got a return on their investment. I need you to know that God has invested so much in you. And in order to get a return on the investment he's put in you, you got to use your gift. to help somebody else. The one with the 2 and the 5, they went and invested the money into someone else's idea, and guess what? They got 100% return. They got everything they put in and back in more, right? So the one with the 5 got 5 more, the one with 2 got 2 more. I don't know who I'm talking to right now. It's time to get back in motion. It's time to get back in motion. You've been holding on to what you've had for too long. It's time to put it in action. You got so much in you. You have so much to offer. You have so much knowledge. You have so much wisdom. Why are you holding on to it? Why? Stop telling yourself a lie that you're too old. Stop telling yourself a lie that time has passed you by. Stop telling yourself a lie that you don't have the money. Stop telling yourself a lie that because the person that was supposed to promote you didn't, then that means it ain't gonna happen. Stop it. Stop telling yourself the lie that oh, I don't have the education. No. Look in the mirror and say, well, God, if I'm still alive, that must mean you have every intent to do everything you promised. So let me do my part, which is to use what I've been given, to use it. Now, here's where the fear comes in. This pandemic has brought a lot of fear. I'm afraid of the future. I'm afraid what's going to happen. I don't know. Uncertainty about our communities, our uncertainty about our government, uncertainty about our jobs, finance, economy. You watch the news. The news loves to perpetuate uncertainty. So that fear, we have a choice. When you look at the one with the 2 and the 5, it doesn't imply that they weren't afraid. They could have lost. Think about it. The master gave them talents, gave them money that wasn't theirs. And here they are going to the marketplace. They could have lost it. We can imply that there was some fear there. But the one with the 2 and the 5 said, I might be fearful, but I'm choosing faith over fear. Now we're talking. Now is not a time for fake faith. Now is not a time for hollow holiness. No. I want you to be honest about how you feel. Be honest. Be honest. Transparency leads to transformation. Be honest. Because too often you're putting on this front and you're being brave to the world, but on the inside you're broken because you're scared. It's okay to be afraid. You don't have to be Superman or Superwoman. Guess what? Those are fictional characters, by the way. Okay? I work in Hollywood. All right, let me tell you, all that's fictional. You cannot put on a cape and fly around your city. It ain't gonna work. So stop trying to expect out of yourself a fictional level of performance that is not real. It is okay to say, yo, I'm scared. I'm terrified right now. Okay, I'm fearful. But in the face of this fear, how can I choose faith? In the area I'm afraid the most is the area where I need the most faith. The one with the 2 and the 5, we can extrapolate that they were afraid, but they said, we're gonna believe. We're gonna have faith. We're gonna believe that we put this to work, we're gonna get a return, because it so much came back to the vision and having faith in the vision. This is why I get back to, you gotta stay faithful over what God has given you. And you got to keep clear in your mind, the vision, your dream, whatever it is you are supposed to be working for, you got to keep it clear in your mind. It's okay to be fearful, but I'm asking you, even in the face of your fear, have faith. I'm worried about my job. Okay, great, you're fearful. But what can you do to have faith over your job? All right, I'm worried that I'm not gonna find a job. Well, I've been unemployed before, and I found jobs before. So anytime that fear creeps up, let me combat it with faith. No, I got a new job coming. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and get dressed tomorrow in my work clothes. And people are gonna say, well, what are you doing? Well, I'm just getting ready for my new job. Why? Because I'm choosing faith over fear. Come on, somebody, I'm talking to somebody right now. Go ahead right now. You know what? If I were you, if you're unemployed, go ahead and design your business card right now. Go ahead. Go ahead and change your Instagram profile with the title of the job that you want. We're talking about faith over fear. Come on, you got to put your fear on notice. Fear, you're here. But faith, the faith I have is greater. You got to put your fear on notice. Because if you don't, your fear will you think the coronavirus was a virus. Fear has killed more people than the coronavirus ever will. And fear may be disrupting your life right now. The antidote to fear is faith. So let's talk about that. The one with the one was afraid. He did nothing with what he was given. As a matter of fact, he dug a hole in the ground and he buried it. Just in case, for safekeeping, just in case. The scriptures tell us that the master came back. And the one with the 5 said, look, master, you gave me 5. Here's 5 more. The one with the 2 said, look, master, you gave me 2. Here's 2 more. And the master said to both of them, well done, good and faithful servant. You've been faithful over a few things. Now I will make you ruler over many. Come and enjoy your master's happiness. They got a promotion. They went from working for the master to working with the master. They became partners. When it says come and share in the master, that says that's a partnership. And the one with the one said, here's the one you gave me. You know, I know that you're a tough master and that you reap where you don't sow. And so I just wanted to give it back to you nice and clean. And the master said, well, if you knew I was tough, why wouldn't you have at least put what I gave you on the books at the bank and at least gotten some interest? And he took the one from the one and gave it to the one who had the 10. Fear. Each one had the opportunity for the promise. Each one of them had the opportunity for partnership and for promotion. But the one who let fear trump faith ended up losing everything that they had. It's time to put your faith back in motion. It's time to hope again. It's time to believe again. If you are in this session right now, it is not by accident. If you are in this session right now, it's because it is time to get life back in motion. You got to get your faith going again. You got to get your hope going again. You got to get your belief going again. Please listen to what I'm telling you right now. If you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, then you have to know that if you are alive right now, there is an intent, there is an instruction, there is a mandate over your life. I think the pandemic has done a great job for all of us because it's made us less distracted. It has allowed us to focus. It's caused us to self-reflect. One of the reasons why we are seeing the incredible, dynamic, global protests around the injustice that we have witnessed here through the murder of George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and so many others. One of the reasons why is because this pandemic has made us less distracted. And as a result, finally, it could be seen. Oh, finally, wow, we didn't realize this is what, was going on. And now everybody is activated. But in order for this movement to produce the change that it can, it's gonna require faith. We gotta see it before we see it. This is why I encourage you to be the change that you want to see in the world. See yourself, your life. See the family, see the finances, see the purpose, see starting the business, see the policy changes, see winning the election, see getting the business plan, see getting the role. See it here before you see it here. Because when you receive, remember we talked about that? Don't do it like this, do it like this. Because then when you receive, you will be receiving what you've already seen. This is why you got to get your vision back in motion, your faith back in motion, your hope back in motion, your belief back in motion. Now, do me a favor. I know there's a whole lot more to go in this day, but the moment you get done with this incredible conference, you got to have a business meeting with yourself. You need to sit down and say, okay, self, what we gonna do? How are we gonna get this thing back in motion? The same way the government, restart the economy. Let me tell you, you gotta restart your life today. Where do I need more faith? Where do I need more belief? What am I hoping for? How do I get this? How do I get my life back in motion? You gotta have a business meeting with you. Because it is time. It is time. Be the change. Be the motion. Be the faith. Be the hope. Be the belief. Y'all know me, I can talk all day, but I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I'm praying for your success right now and every day.
Devon, thank you so much for your message of hope and inspiration. That was powerful and amazing. You know what? You said when you can breathe, you can help other people breathe. I love that. So today, we're inviting everybody who's listening to this session and watching this session to take a deep breath. Just take a deep breath. Take it all in. Take in everything Devon just shared with us. Take a deep breath and remember to have faith over fear. You know what? I speak for the National Urban League and all of those who are joining us today when I say, Devon, that you have definitely restored our spirit and optimism for everything that lays ahead, all the things that we don't even know what's to come. We thank you for inspiring us today. We have to be open to receive.
Yes,
yes,
we
I
do.
love it.
So important, critical.
So critical, so powerful, so amazing. Thank you so much for sharing those powerful, inspirational words with us. Thank all of you for joining us for this session on motivation and restoration with Devon Franklin. Why don't you take the energy that he's given to us, take that forward, take this energy forward. We need you. We need all of us in this fight together. Remember, we're all in it together. Enjoy the rest of this conference. See you later.
Maury Allen. I'm president of the National Urban League, and I want to welcome everyone back to the 17th Legislative Policy Conference. This is our discussion of criminal justice reform and its importance and its impact on the social health of Black and Brown people nationwide. We want to thank Verizon once again for its sponsorship of this session and for its advocacy around criminal justice reform. Matters of criminal justice reform and their impact on Black and Brown lives strike a personal chord for me. As a young lawyer, I handled a number of criminal cases, representing people in my hometown of New Orleans, in some cases, young men that I had grown up with. I saw the devastation of the policies of mass incarceration. I saw the unfairness of the criminal justice system, from its bail policies to its prosecution strategies to the way in which sentencing occurred. It was only because of, I think, the fact that I could be a passionate advocate and work to try to level the playing field in front of a jury that somehow, some way, my clients got a fairer shake. But make no mistake about it, the excesses, the abuses, and the unfairness of the criminal justice system have destroyed lives and destroyed families. This is not about whether you are tough on crime, soft on crime, or anything other than that. It's whether the justice system can fulfill the American ideal of balance, of fairness, and also affording to defendants that time-honored principle of innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The National Urban League and its affiliates are deeply involved in addressing this impact. Our reentry programs, which assist in helping young men and young women find their way back into the mainstream of American life and into their communities, through quality jobs, through social services, and through other interventions that help to make life better for them, are so central to the work that we do across the nation. Our youth programs are designed to help young people stay out of harm's way, to find a life that indeed helps them avoid the excesses and the worst experiences of the American criminal justice system. But nonetheless, because of the circumstances, because of institutional racism in the communities in which they live, sometimes even the straightest arrow young person can find themselves caught up in the clutches of the criminal justice system. Over the past 16 years, and this is our 17th, the National Urban League and its affiliates have stormed Capitol Hill. We've done it with our agenda in hand. We've done it with the mantra, out of sight, out of mind, to press members of Congress, successive administrations, to embrace the Urban League's agenda around economic empowerment, civil rights, and that is including criminal justice reform. We've long been involved in this issue, and now this issue is achieving, if you will, broader support than ever before, but notwithstanding some of the small steps that we've taken, so much more is left to be done. Craig Silliman, the Executive Vice President, Chief Administrative Officer, and Legal and Public Policy Officer at Verizon, has had a long relationship with the National Urban League, and he has been active in criminal justice reform when it comes to fair sentencing, incarcerated youth, and helping those returning from the system rebuild their lives. Craig's advocacy as a corporate executive is special and it is singular, and he joins us for our conversation today. As well as Jared Harper. He's the campaign ambassador and activist for a prisoner advocacy group called Represent Justice. Jared brings to this discussion a remarkable personal journey, a childhood spent in abusive foster homes, followed by 20 years of incarceration starting at age 17. Today, Jared is a force. He's a powerful force and advocate for reform, and we're so happy to have both of them with us. So please greet both Jared and Craig. All right, so I want to open this discussion really to ask each of you to sort of share with us, and we'll start with you, Craig, and then we'll go to Jared, a little bit of your journey, your personal journey, and why the issue of addressing criminal justice reform resonates for you, and you've dedicated so much of your time, energy, and effort to it. Craig?
Thanks, Mark. And first of all, it's great to be with you. I wish we were together in person. It's always a pleasure to be with you in person, but next best thing, it's really great to be here and part of your conference. So thanks so much for the invitation, and thanks for your leadership and for the partnership that we've had with you and National Urban League for all these years. It's really valuable to us, and we treasure it deeply. As far as I go, you know, the issue of criminal justice reform, I think, was around the periphery of my thinking for a long time. I knew the numbers, I knew some of the stats, but where it really became real for me was where the people started coming into the frame a bit more for me. And that really started happening in a more concentrated way around 2016. And I began to do a lot more exploration around parts of our society that I felt like I didn't know quite as well. And one of the things that I went off and did was I read the Department of Justice report they had done after the unrest in Ferguson, Missouri. And as many of the folks listening here will know, while the proximate cause of the unrest was the shooting of Michael Brown, actually it was building on a situation where there was deep discontentment in the community there because of things that had been going on for a while. And specifically what had happened was the treasurer of the city, the CFO, was putting tremendous pressure on the police chief to just write as many tickets as possible to fill the city's coffers. But what really struck me about this report most was a story about one particular woman who had received a parking ticket, a $151 parking ticket, and she didn't have the financial wherewithal to pay it. So she tried to pay it off in $25 increments, and they wouldn't let her. And by the time this saga went on for 7 years, the fines and penalties had built up. She had paid about $550 already. She still owed another $500+. She had been arrested twice and spent 2 days in jail. And for me, you start from the simplest thing, a parking ticket. This isn't a felony. This isn't a serious offense. And I thought, this is crazy. A woman spent time in jail for this. I can't believe that anyone in the police force felt like that was a good use of their time. I can't believe anyone in the court system felt that was a good use of their time. And most importantly, this was a woman whose life was turned upside down, and it began to personalize it a little bit for me in the sense of really understanding the impact. When we talk about 2.3 million people incarcerated, begin to put these stories around it of who are these people, what's happening to them, what's led them to where they are, and what it's doing to their lives. And then also the realization that we have these outcomes that no one planned. We talk about a criminal justice system, but it's this mishmash of federal and state and local, and people are making decisions at one point that are having ramifications on people's lives and in very real and concrete and adverse ways that were probably never intended. And so it began for me to really feel like, as someone who was a senior member of the legal profession, I have a responsibility here. This is part of our legal system that is not working the way it should, and there are a lot of lives that are being destroyed as a result. And so I felt like I needed to get more active. And I will say, I started with a story that I read about, but in the last year, one of the most sort of treasured things for me, one of the greatest parts of my life that has been added to, has been the friendship of Jared Harper. And Jared and I met at an event back in 2019, and I just met him, and forget the stories, because Jared and I probably don't have more different backgrounds than you could imagine. But I just met him, started talking to him, and I thought, this is a guy I like. This is a guy I want to hang out with. He's interesting and wise and thoughtful. And that's been the most recent step for me, Mark, is meeting someone like Jared and realizing the people that we're talking about, people with interesting, rich lives and thoughts and contributions to society. And for me, therefore, it's been an incredibly enriching journey as well.
Craig, that's profound, and your leadership on this, I think, is very special. I think it's really important that you and Verizon have looked at criminal justice reform and said, you know, we need to put our voice and we need to put our clout behind it. Hey, Jarrett, you are with Represent Justice, and your journey's been interesting, but I want to start by really asking you to talk about what your advocacy organization is all about. What compelled you to really throw your weight, in your muscle behind the organization, and what are you seeking to accomplish?
Yeah, so a little over 11 months ago, I was released from a California state prison after serving 20 years. With Represent Justice, to get out of prison and then hear of an organization that was representing justice in a way that was connected to not just the inmate population, but they were changing that narrative from convict and inmate to resident, to father, to brother, to uncle. That resonated with me because I did go through a transformative state in my life where I now was connected to my humanity. And getting out of prison, I thought that I would only be perceived as some type of convict, some type of felon. So to actually hear this narrative, that sparked my interest. I took the time, I looked into Represent Justice, and I joined, I partnered. Represent Justice, we are one of the largest national campaigns that have ever connected with a movement. We connected with Just Mercy. And our job was to spur audiences to create a new narrative that was more humane, that would provide dignity to the incarcerated population compared to just saying free prisoners, right? We really wanted to actually show society who these individuals were. They were brothers, cousins, neighbors, right? They were people. So we actually humanize these individuals. We go inside of institutions and we do our best to provide hope, because in a lot of cases, a lot of those people that are in prison, they lost hope due to, they lost hope, especially when they commit a crime and they get a sentence that's so disproportionate, it almost seems like there's nothing left. So we go into prison to encourage these guys to maintain hope and to continuously strive towards bettering yourself so that you can become tomorrow's neighbor compared to just being someone who's warehoused inside of an institution.
You served 20 years. Yeah. I think make that real for people who are listening, how that period of time and what sustained you so that you could be with us today, be clear-eyed and focused and a strong advocate for changing the system?
So to actually go on that, I would have to kind of take you back a little bit and tell you a little bit about where I come from, how I ended up in prison for 20 years. My beginning started off very rough. My mother, she was a paranoid schizophrenic. While in an institution being treated, she was raped. Myself and my brother were the product of that. We ended up in a foster care system, in more foster homes than I can count. I think the last number was around 30 or 40. I had been getting shipped around. I was born in Flint, Michigan. I ended up in California. The foster homes were very abusive. I was already in foster care, so I didn't have parents. So that right there put me in a very, very, very hopeless state to where I felt, worthless. I didn't have a mother, I didn't have a father, and the way in which I was brought into the world, no one wanted me. I met a guy, the neighborhood bike repairman, when I was around 5. I told him about my situation. He knew that I was in an abusive foster home right around the corner from his house. He befriended me. He became like a father figure. He became a friend. He became a teacher. He became my confidant. His home was my safe place. And he taught me everything that I felt I needed to know as a child. He hugged me for no reasons. And this made me feel complete. So it made me trust him. At the age of 6, after running away from one of my foster homes, I ran to his house. Again, his home was my safe haven. That night, the love and happiness turned to shame and pain when he molested me. That went on until I was 13 years old. He then molested my brother. And that put me in a place of guilt. You know, he wasn't someone who I thought was a monster. He was someone that I loved. He was someone that I cared about, someone that I wanted to protect. And he was someone that provided me with a livelihood to where I could survive, because I couldn't survive without him inside of the foster home that I was in. Needing to go to homecoming, I went to his house and I asked for the support that he would usually provide. And that night it turned into an argument, and I regretfully, I took his life. I was arrested, I was tried and convicted. I was bound over from the foster care system right over to the criminal justice system. And I went through that whole process. After about 7 months, I was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, plus 10 years. A sentence that meant that I would die by incarceration. I was supposed to spend more time in prison than an adult, based off of my life expectancy. I went in and I was threatened at a really young age, and that right there sparked my humanity. I was able to see what I had caused in a sense of fear, in a sense of a wrong. I had no right to harm another human being, and I began to take self-help classes, and I began to rehabilitate myself. I began to transform the way in which I think, the way in which I felt about not only other people but about myself. And from there, I began to continuously grow. And a little over 2 years ago, John Legend came in, as well as Loyola Law School and different organizations. They came to my aid, and they went before the governor of the state of California during his last term. And they presented my case, and Governor Jerry Brown granted me clemency. And again, a little over 11 months ago, I was released. And that's just a little bit about, you know, my journey and what I went through and how I ended up talking to you today.
How old were you when you were first incarcerated?
I was 17 years old. I was 2 weeks into my 17th birthday. I was still in high school.
And Craig, let me ask you, because we're talking, Jared's personal journey raises a number of issues that I think have to be elevated. One is the broken nature of the foster care system and the way in which Jared, who was essentially a victim, became treated in the criminal justice system like a perpetrator. As you think, Craig, about these issues from a public policy point of view, where does that lead us? What should we be thinking? What should we be doing?
Yeah, you know, Mark, it's a great question, and Jared and I have spent many hours talking about some of these issues. And you know, first of all, I think one of the things we all agree is that we don't want any more victims, right? And so when we have incarcerated individuals who come out, I think we look at the entire pipeline. First of all, and Jared can speak quite eloquently to this, that the degree to which our foster care system has become a pipeline to prison. And again, is one of the things that Jared speaks quite eloquently about, is that, you know, one of the things that we do as children with our parents in a home that is healthy is form attachments. And when you form those attachments, it has lasting ramifications. If you're in an environment where you don't form attachments and you're detached, it actually enables you to do things like commit acts of violence. And so I think we have to think about the foster care system itself, how many kids are going in there, why they're ending up in the foster care system, how we can prevent that in the first place, how we can improve the foster care system for kids who do end up there if that's the only choice, how we avoid that detachment and make sure they're forming emotional attachments. But I also think then on the release side, the fact is the vast majority of incarcerated individuals in this country will be released from prison at some point. Jared's story is actually quite extraordinary in the sense that the original plan is they wouldn't be released. But the vast majority of them, of incarcerated individuals, are coming out. And so we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing to ensure that everyone coming out becomes a constructive member of society and that we don't have more victims? Are we providing education and training while people are incarcerated so they come out and have skill sets? Or are we basically having people walk out the door, hand them $20 and say, hey, by the way, you're not eligible to stay in federally assisted housing. You can't get any other federal assistance, but good luck not ever returning to a life of crime with the $20 you put in your pocket and no skills in your head or your hands. So I think we have to look at the entire pipeline of what are we doing to build the healthy kids who are attached emotionally, who never turn to a life of crime. Then what are we doing with those who do get incarcerated to make sure that when they come out, they're not turning around and going right back in, by giving them training and skills and figure out how to build a life beyond incarceration. And I think there's so many steps along the way that we as a society, and again, people can debate about sentencing and a bunch of things like that. There's not a person out there who wouldn't agree that you want to avoid new victims, right? And so then we have to say, well, why aren't we doing the things that we know will lead people to be able to live constructive lives and not turn back to lives of crime? And we're a long way from that still, Mark.
You know, one of the elements of the war on drugs and the campaign to promote mass incarceration was the elimination of educational opportunities inside of the prison system, the elimination of access to gymnasiums and exercise equipment inside of prison systems. And California was one of the leaders in the 1970s in literally stripping away what most criminologists would say is essential to a period of incarceration being a period of rehabilitation. And that is the tools that people need to strengthen their minds, to strengthen themselves emotionally, and to strengthen their bodies. And we've gone in absolutely the wrong direction over a 30 to 40 year period in the United States, with longer sentences, less resources. And so here's where we are. 5% of the population of the globe resides in the United States of America, but 25% of the world's prison population. The cost to taxpayers, $80 billion. What's that equivalent to? That's equivalent to the entire budget of the city of New York, and greater than the budgets of probably 45 maybe of the 50 states in the United States. We look at it from a racial lens, and Blacks and Latinos are maybe 35% of the US population, give or take, but 67% of the inmates in our jails, and African Americans alone are 40% of the incarcerated population. So these are wide disparities in essentially a broken system. Jared, when you think about many who are watching, many who are tuning in, they're advocates for change. They want to be advocates for change. What lessons, what measures, what elements do you feel are critical that they understand that advocating for these 2, 3, 4, 5 things would really make a difference in what you experienced and in what you saw?
Again, so I have to back it up. When I think about the foster care system, living in it and watching what happened to my peers, my brothers and my sisters, most of us ended up homeless, right? You age out, you end up homeless. You end up in prison due to committing a crime. based off of the traumatic experiences that we went through that led us to foster care, or we got abused while in foster care, which led us to be angry and then exhibit the same type of acts when it came to violence. You know, as we know, hurt people hurt other people. Another thing that I saw a lot of my peers ended up in gangs. They ended up on alcohol and drugs, and a lot of the girls ended up becoming prostitutes, right? So, you know, that whole child sex slave pipeline is also connected to foster care. So really reforming a foster care system, every year, 500,000 children reside in foster care around our country. Los Angeles alone has about 40,000, right? So that's a huge population that constantly goes into multiple systems. So reforming a foster care system is one. When we talk about recidivism, jobs, right? A person getting out of prison, I know you said $20. I guess I'd be fortunate because I was given $200, right? And with that $200, I was supposed to, you know, get an ID, get a Social Security card, you know, get everything I needed. Again, I was in prison for 20 years. I made 8 cents an hour. So I couldn't save. So I get out of prison after 20 years with $20. Ensuring that support is provided when a person does return back into our society. I think it's not just an inmate has now come back out, it's a citizen have returned, right? A citizen has now returned to our society, and they need supportive measures if we want them to be contributors. We have to provide a way for them to contribute. We can't just give them $20. So making sure supportive measures are there. And one of those supportive measures that I believe need to be there is housing. I read a report not too long ago, 72% of individuals who are released, if you do not lock in adequate housing, you have almost a 65% chance of going back to prison. So housing is important. And again, those supportive measures. And then I think one of the next things is humanizing the people who are returning to our society, right? Mm-hmm. And allowing them to be a part of our democracy. Like right now, I can't vote, but I pay my taxes. I'm a citizen. I'm a contributor, right? I feel like not only have I earned my chance to be a contributor, but I feel like it's my right, especially when I want to build our society, when I'm thinking about service to people, right? So those are just some of the things that I believe we need to really look deeply into.
In California, will you ever have an opportunity for your voting rights to be restored?
After I'm released from parole, which right now it's at 7 years. So in 7 years, when I'm close to 50, I'll be allowed to be a part of our democracy.
Craig, this is a question I'm sure you get asked all the time. You're a successful corporate executive, general counsel to one of the leading companies in the world. Criminal justice reform, the criminal justice system, how does it intersect with the work that Verizon does and the work that how Verizon thinks about its employees, its customers, and the community?
Yeah, it's a great question, Mark. And you're right. I get that question all the time. And people are generally looking for some business angle. Do we have some business interest? And the answer is no, we don't. But here's our interest. We know the numbers. We have 2.3 million people incarcerated in this country at any given time. That means there are many, many million more who have some involvement in the criminal justice system. They are on parole. They are in some way otherwise still involved. And so when we look at this, we're a big company. We serve in some way, shape, or form like close to 40% of the people in the United States with services. So when I think about millions and millions of people that this issue touches, I think about our customers, I think about our employees, I think about our employees' neighborhoods, their communities, their families. This touches by, in some degree of separation, so many people in this country. And so we began to look at it. There isn't a direct business interest Verizon has, but our interest is that this is one of the biggest issues shaping our society today. And as a major company that operates in so many communities across the country that are being affected by this, I just felt like we have an obligation to care, to be a part of this. Because you look at someone like Jared, Jared's coming out, you've heard him talk, and again, I've spent a lot of time with Jared talking about everything from criminal justice reform to just life and family. And, you look at him and say, this is someone I want to be a colleague. And I don't want to live in a country where we say someone who's talented like this, he's not able to get jobs with a company because of a record. Because, we talk about this all the time, right? A common saying in criminal justice reform is, you're not the worst thing you ever did, right? You're more than that. You're not the same person you were when you were 16, 17 years old. And so you want to give people a second chance. And so we wanted to just make sure that people had a chance to be part of the communities again, because that's where we live and work and operate as a company. And that's why we care about this issue.
Craig, you're a role model for, I think, business lawyers and corporate lawyers to understand your obligation. Of course, I'm a lawyer. I guess I'm a recovering lawyer now. But I believe that your understanding of your responsibility as an officer of the court, as a member of the bar, as a person whose job is indispensably linked to the criminal and civil justice systems in America, I think undergirds the position you've taken. My own personal journey in criminal justice has a lot to do with early on in my career. I'd been at a major law firm about a year, not quite a year, when I got a knock on the door of my house. And, New Orleans is a place where people come knock on your door if they know you, right? They don't bother calling. And it was the family members of a young man I'd grown up with. And that young man was arrested for committing a business burglary, actually 2 business burglaries. And I immediately said, well, I'm at a downtown law firm. We don't do criminal work. I'd been at the firm about a year. I said, how am I going to handle this? And I thought to myself, let me call you guys back. And this was a family I knew well, because the young man I'd been friendly with in high school, he was a young man of great personality, a track star, and had gone away to join the military. And I hadn't seen him in at least probably 10 years. And I went to the firm, the senior partner in the firm, and said, I've got a situation. I really want to help this young man. And he said, well, go see Ricky, right? Ricky was a nickname of a woman who was a former assistant United States attorney who had just joined the firm. And she had come off of several high-profile prosecutions she had done. She said, if Ricky will help you, I guess you can help him, right? And so I ended up representing this young man. Well, at the evidentiary stage, the case ended up, and I talk about this in the book I've written, the case ended up before the Louisiana State Supreme Court. And I had an opportunity to argue on an evidentiary issue, which was the discoverability of the public record status of police incident reports, which had historically been confidential. And I remember being outraged and challenged the ruling by using a reinterpretation of a statute. Well, ultimately, I got an opportunity to go before the state Supreme Court, argue before the state Supreme Court at 26, 27 years old, and winning a case which is now sort of in all of the criminal law books in Louisiana. It's called State versus Shropshire. But at the end of the day, I represented my friend in front of a jury. And we tried the case. I had to try the case twice. First time the jury hung. Second time the jury acquitted him on committing these. He was charged with a combination of business burglaries and armed robberies, but they really weren't armed robberies because he was holding, allegedly holding his finger. The perpetrator was holding his finger under his shirt, but none of the descriptions match. If I hadn't had the police report and I couldn't show that the police report talked about a guy 5'10", this guy was 5'6", talked about a guy medium to light brown, this guy was dark skinned. I mean, I could never have represented him effectively. And, I ended up handling quite a few criminal cases, but every one of them I really took as a cause, right? I really took them as a cause, but I got a chance to see inside of the system. By the time I got elected mayor of the city, I'd seen the inside of the system and therefore had a perspective on how to bring about certain changes, within the system. I saw it, and it was affecting, guys I grew up with, because a lot of my clients ended up being connected to me by a degree or two of separation. I knew them, or they were family people, family members who kind of got caught up in the system. But I think Craig and Jared, Jared, your story is compelling on so many levels, and I want to turn our discussion to COVID-19 and the criminal justice system. So, the incarcerated population in America is deeply vulnerable to COVID-19. Yeah. Many of the people who reside there have underlying conditions. Social distancing is difficult to impossible. Testing and medical attention is scattershot and inadequate. UCLA did a study and showed that out of more than 2 million people incarcerated nationwide, there were 21,000 confirmed cases and 295 deaths. And among corrections staff, there were 8,700 cases and 34 deaths. In the federal system, of 2,700, now this is stunning to me, 2,700 tests administered, nearly 2,000 or 70% have come back positive. And, if it's people who are concerned about this, Jared, in the system, where should our advocacy be? What should we, because not only about COVID, but in what this says about the conditions inside of correctional facilities long term. What should we be talking about? What should we be advocating for?
So one of the things I think we should be advocating for right now is the safety of all people, right? We're in a pandemic. I was quarantined 5 times while I was incarcerated, right? So, and I know what that looks like. I know what that feels like to be locked in a bathroom with another human being for 24 hours a day for 90 days. It's horrible, right? You're fed through a tray slot. You can't possibly social distance in an environment that's communal. The phones everyone uses. There's 6 showers inside of a building. There's 200 individuals. Everyone has to shower in those showers. When it comes to drinking water, right? Everyone uses the 2 water faucets that are in the building. So when I think about social distancing, I think about being safe. I think about hand sanitizer. We use hand sanitizer as a means to stay safe. But in California State Prison, hand sanitizer is considered contraband. So what we consider a safety mechanism is considered a hazard inside of an institution, right? So when I think about, again, social distancing, I don't think you can social distance in a place that is packed with human beings. I think that's the reason why those numbers are so high. And I think if we do not de-incarcerate our prisons, we will continuously have a spread of COVID-19 through the residents that are there, and also through the officers and all of the staff that work at the institution. They go in, they come out, they bring it to their families, and then it spreads out into the community.
I note that the Department of Justice and a number of local officials have begun to release certain residents, release them to home detention or home monitoring. But one of my concerns about that is whether there's favoritism in those decisions. You know, how are people being picked? Are they at a certain age? Have they served a certain measure of their term? So while it's positive, I'm concerned that it's not even-handed and fair. And I have no detailed information. I mean, any sense of that?
Well, I mean, I think when we look at the criminal justice system, when we talk about fair, I mean, that I think for me, you know, going through that system, I'm a little hesitant when it comes to what's fair, when it comes to dealing with individuals who have already been marginalized and treated in a way that has negatively impacted that person and their family for generations. When one person is incarcerated, that whole family is incarcerated. When that family is incarcerated, that community is incarcerated, right? And we can see the numbers and we can see who's being incarcerated. And we already know that fair treatment of those communities are not something that has ever been at the forefront. But I do think there's a way for us to actually do it safely. So it's not just release our prisons, because that's not even logical, right? There's some people who have not been rehabilitated. They have not transformed. So what we don't want to do, we don't want to put dangerous individuals back on the street. We want to come up with a better system, a better system that's going to provide exactly what you just spoke about. Fairness when it comes to who's safe. Let's design some type of board, some type of system now based off of this pandemic. And then we will begin to find who's safe to be released. Is it someone who served 2 years? He's already served a year and 6 months, right? He's already going to get out of prison in 6 months. Can we speed that up in hopes to, you know, ensure that he's not infected by COVID-19 and someone who becomes infectious to the point of spreading, right? So I think exactly what we're doing, having these conversations around solutions to problems, I think is one of the things that really need to be had. But I think people who've been affected need to be at that table, because just as you went through that case and it allowed you to see into the system so that you could see the gaps. The same thing with me and Craig. Craig got close, right? When I think about Just Mercy, I think about Brian Stevenson, I think about proximity, right? I think about what must we do as human beings to get closer to the situation so that we can come up with those innovative answers and solutions that are going to provide equality, you know, and a lifestyle that's going to promote jobs and resources so that people can become contributors to our society.
Great thoughts. And I want to just pivot, Craig, back to you. Let's talk solutions as we begin to wrap and get prepared for our next conversations, which will be with Senator Cory Booker, along with Representative Hakeem Jeffries, who've been two strong friends and allies on criminal justice reform during their entire time in the Congress and in the Senate, respectively. Craig, let's talk about reform. So I'll just shoot a few words and maybe you can give me some of your thinking. So let me talk about bail reform. How should we look at bail reform, Craig?
First of all, Mark, you alluded to some of the statistics before, and I just kind of want to put it out there and say it that, you know, as the person with the palest skin on this video conversation, you know, that skin may only be a few millimeters deep, but it makes a huge difference. You know, the fact is, we know just from the statistics, and that I'm going to be less likely to be stopped than a person of color. And if I'm stopped, I'm going to be less likely to be searched. And if I'm searched, I'm less likely to be arrested. And it flows all the way through the system. And we can just for a second, let's just assume that there are nothing but good people on the planet. It still happens because of unconscious bias. And I think we need, it needs to be said, and we need to talk about that. And I think sometimes we need to call people out, but sometimes I think we need to talk about it as in a non-accusatory way and say, look, it is unconscious bias. It is there. It is in all of us. In fact, we see it uncomfortably. The statistics are even law enforcement of color tend to stop people of color at a higher frequency. So it's there. So I say that by leading into the bail question, because here's the issue. The cash bail system results in people being incarcerated because they're poor. The fact is, if my son were picked up for something, let's say a nonviolent drug offense, first of all, I would pay his bail. Secondly, I would hire him a lawyer. If you can't afford thousands of dollars of bail, which most of the people in this country can't, then you have two choices. You can either plea out for something, now you've got a criminal record, whether you were guilty or not, or, and that's it, by the way, and that's going to send your life into a downward spiral, or you can sit in jail, and then you're going to lose whatever job you had, and that's going to send your life into a downward spiral. And so the problem with the cash bail system is that it works if you have resources, but if you don't have resources, then it puts you in a box that it is impossible to get out of. And so simply by virtue of having been arrested, you get sent in a downward spiral. And that is all the more true in communities of color. And every one of those people who's sitting in jail, losing a job because they can't pay bail, or pleading out to something they may not have done, that's not just that person. That's families being torn apart. That's families losing their source of support. That's communities being damaged. It's a huge, huge issue. Look, it's complicated. We know the experience in rolling out bail reform in New York didn't work quite like everyone had hoped it would, and we need to learn from that. But the fact is the bail system today criminalizes poverty, and that's a huge, huge problem in our country that we need to address.
Look, let me thank you for those thoughts on bail. And of course, we could talk about sentencing. We could talk about the public defender system. We can talk about the entire situation in terms of what happens in jails. We can talk about reentry. There are multiple elements to the criminal justice system. We can talk about the need to reform prosecutors and prosecutorial decision-making around the country. But our time has moved very quickly. And both of you all, Craig and Jared, you all have been incredible guests. On behalf of the National Urban League, I just want to thank you all for your power, your passion, and your advocacy today. We have messages from two members of Congress who've been great leaders on criminal justice reform. As I mentioned, Representative Hakeem Jeffries, who represents the borough of Brooklyn in the city of New York, in the state of New York, and Senator Cory Booker, the former mayor of Newark, and the junior United States Senator from the great state of New Jersey. So we've got them coming up. And again, to Craig and also to Jared, thank you so much for being with us today. Our Legislative Policy Conference, number 17, continues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, it's Cory Booker sitting here in Washington, D.C. in my Senate office. I'm sitting here because of the Urban League. In fact, when my parents moved to Washington, D.C. after college, my mom from Fisk, my dad from North Carolina Central University, was the Urban League. They went to work helping to get African Americans jobs. And my father was the first African American hired in a number of positions, including eventually IBM's first black salesman in the entire Virginia area. That activism, that hard work, the grit and the guts in the most difficult of times helped us to advance. It's that what we need now more than ever. The Urban League continues to be a vital organization in our country that is so falling short of the ideals which we herald: liberty, justice for all. We see those now. After this painful stretch where videotape is capturing what is a regular part of life for African Americans, seeing on smartphones painful assassinations, murders of African American unarmed individuals is gut-wrenching and painful, but motivates us now more than ever to act together in a coordinated, committed fashion towards ends that will advance our nation for everyone. I'm proud and honored to be working with the Urban League today, trying to pay forward the debt I owe. We have work to do. Our ancestors are watching. We must prove worthy of their sacrifices and their service. I know we will. Together, we shall overcome. Thank you.
It's a privilege and an honor to join you at the 17th Annual National Urban League Legislative Conference. I'm so thankful for the continued strength and leadership of my good friend, President Mark Morial, who has been such a tremendous voice for the voiceless, a defender of the disenfranchised, and a powerful, prophetic, principled voice as we deal with issues of social injustice, racial injustice, and economic injustice here in America. We are in the midst of a deadly pandemic that is both a public health crisis and an economic crisis that has brought a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, and a lot of death to all of America, but disproportionately and adversely impacting the African American community. And so it's important for us to continue to press the case, to acquire the data necessary to understand the full extent of the challenge that the African American community confronts generally with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic, and to then let the data drive the resources. And I look forward to continuing to make that case, working closely with you, the National Urban League, to address this challenge. We can get through this, we can get through it together. But it is going to take an all hands on deck approach at the city, the state, and the federal level. We know that there's a particular challenge as it relates to COVID-19, the pandemic, and its impact on incarcerated individuals. We're still in the midst of a mass incarceration challenge that we have in America. Approximately 2.2 million people incarcerated, disproportionately Black and Latino, many of them imprisoned as a result of nonviolent drug offenses connected to the failed war on drugs. In 2018, with great leadership from President Morial, we were able to pass the First Step Act, substantial criminal justice reform designed to begin to break the back of the mass incarceration epidemic that we have here in the United States of America. It was a meaningful first step, but more, of course, needs to be done. We have to reverse engineer the adverse impact of the 1994 crime bill, which incentivized prison construction at the state level and resulted in the imposition of so-called tough on crime laws, 3 strikes, you're out laws, and dramatically reduced judicial discretion. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the harsh conditions that so many incarcerated men and women continue to suffer under throughout America. In Congress, we've given the Department of Justice the authority to release older inmates who don't present a threat to public safety, to release pregnant women, and to release vulnerable inmates of every age who may have pre-existing conditions such as respiratory illness, heart disease, or diabetes, which make them particularly susceptible to the worst impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. A prison sentence should not be a death sentence in the midst of the coronavirus. And so we are going to continue to make the case that the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Prisons should release the greatest number of incarcerated individuals who are vulnerable to the coronavirus as possible, and to release them immediately. Not next week, not next month, not next year, immediately. And I'm thankful for the tremendous advocacy of President Morial and the National Urban League in that regard. It's time that the Department of Justice stop focusing on letting out or letting off Trump cronies like Paul Manafort, allegedly because of his age and the potential exposure to the coronavirus on the one hand, but on the other, you've got thousands of vulnerable people who are Black or white or Latino or Asian or Native American, many of whom are nonviolent offenders who remain in federal custody because they are not politically connected. Shame on you. That is wrong. We're going to fight it, and we will stick together until we break the back of mass incarceration here in America and in the prison industrial complex once and for all. God bless you. God bless the National Urban League, and God bless the United States of America.
Transportation, it could save someone's life.
We're partnering with Lift Up to provide access to travel for our youth and young adults.
We provide food to just over 39,000 people.
We connect with teachers, school communities.
But what comes up as a major barrier is transportation.
Our families need transportation to, go to their appointments or get to work.
Our community partners can physically get from their home to the food bank itself.
Having some support around transportation has been essential for helping those families navigate unnatural barriers that have been put in place.
Our young adults find their path.
That extension of deep caring.
Well, a single ride is not just a single ride. A single ride is a whole bunch of resources for perhaps an entire house that can last weeks.
I'm Mark Morial, President and CEO of the National Urban League, and it's time to talk about the new reality, how to thrive in the gig economy. This session is brought to you by our corporate partner, Lyft. The challenges and prospects of gig were thrust into chaos by COVID-19. Job losses of an unprecedented nature, shuttered industries, and the ongoing health risk of social activity have left no clear path forward. Here's something to consider, however. The gig economy, as we've come to understand the concept, is based upon flexible work, temporary, short-term employment contracts that reward the innovative and the adaptable. Gig may be a recently coined word, but in fact, it's an old idea. Where I come from, we called it hustle. And for generations of African Americans, hustle was a fundamental economic survival strategy, and that remains true as ever. The question is, what now? COVID-19 is the new reality for the foreseeable future. What are the implications for the gig economy? What are the implications for the gig economy moving forward? What's been the impact on African American entrepreneurs as well as freelance workers? And also, what role will we play in the economic recovery of our communities and the nation, so needed in the aftermath as we confront COVID-19? We're going to explore these questions and many more discussions with our guests. Representing our session sponsor, I'm very, very proud that Lyft's Chief Policy Officer, Anthony Fox, former mayor of the great city of Charlotte, and former Secretary of Transportation for President Obama, and Driver Advisory Council Representative Sharita Smith will be part of our discussion today. But before we get to that discussion, I'm proud to introduce a great friend of the Urban League and a champion for economic justice and social equality in the United States Senate. Earlier this year, she concluded a historic campaign for President of the United States, and many political experts, prognosticators, and observers see her as a shortlist possibility for the vice president. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the junior senator from the great state of California, Kamala Harris.
Greetings, Urban League. It is so wonderful to be with you for the Urban League's 17th Annual Policy Conference. And of course, I want to thank Mark Morial for your long-standing friendship and your leadership, and for being such an important voice in our country. And to all the leaders who are joining the conference today, I say thank you. Thank you. And as we know, your leadership is more important than ever when we're looking at the fact that in our country today, we are facing 3 crises at one time. The COVID-19 pandemic that has claimed more than 112,000 American lives. the Great Depression level economy it has caused, and the epidemic of racism, violence, and police brutality that Black people continue to experience historically and even during a pandemic. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and so many other Black Americans should still be alive today. And America is raw right now. Her wounds are exposed. There is deep pain being expressed as people march in the streets against police violence. But what gives me hope is the people. The people from every race, gender, religion, and age who are protesting on the streets for justice and stating clearly that Black lives matter. And we know the systemic failure to respect Black lives runs deeper than police violence. It's also reflected in our country's education, economy, housing, access to capital, healthcare, and more. And I need your help, Urban League, in this fight. We have to keep demanding what we know has to be changed, and that includes the long-standing disparities that have been only magnified by this pandemic. Despite being only 13% of the population, data shows that Black people account for 30% of COVID-19 patients. Black people are more likely to have certain pre-existing conditions that have put us at higher risk because of COVID-19. Black folks are 40% more likely to have high blood pressure than our white counterparts. 10% of Black people have sickle cell disease, which can lead to respiratory infections. Black women are 3 times more likely to have lupus. When we look at the economic crisis, our small and minority-owned businesses are being locked out of critical relief that could help keep the lights on. So this is a moment that requires the same fight for fairness and equality and justice that guided those before us through the days of Jim Crow and the Civil Rights Movement, and so many other pivotal moments in our history. And let me be clear, we are all in this together, everyone, regardless of race, gender, where they live, and none of us can tire from the tragedies of this moment. So let us talk about what we're fighting for in the United States Congress. Senator Cory Booker and I, along with the CBC, have announced the Justice and Policing Act, the first ever comprehensive police accountability and reform legislation. First, we need a national standard for use of force. Today, one has to only show that a police officer's excessive use of force was reasonable, but we all know you can reason away just about anything. That's why the appropriate standard should be to ask whether that use of force was necessary. Second, as a former prosecutor, I know that we also need independent investigations into police misconduct. No matter how well-intentioned a district attorney's office may be, there will still be an appearance of conflict when that prosecutor investigates a police officer from an agency they work with every day. The American people need to trust that justice will be done. And third, there should be a federal crime regarding lynching. We are so grateful to have the National Urban League's support in this historic effort. I introduced that bill a couple of years ago, and it is critical that the leaders in the United States Congress have the courage to act and pass our bill in Congress. On the United States, on the issue of COVID-19, the CARES Act provided a one-time payment of $1,200 to individuals and families and provided unemployment insurance to gig workers for the first time, but that is not enough. Families are really struggling. We need real, practical solutions that will need and meet the needs of the moment. And that's why I've introduced legislation that would help many of the people who need it the most. The Monthly Economic Crisis Support Act will give monthly payments of $2,000 to individuals so they can keep up with their basic needs during this pandemic. The Saving Our Streets Act that I introduced with Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley would make sure that local neighborhood businesses like bodegas and barbershops and the beauty salon will get the money they need to stay afloat. And the Vote Safe Act, which I introduced to make sure that we increase vote by mail and give $5 billion to states to make sure our elections are safe during this pandemic. Why? Because no one should have to choose between their health and their right to vote in November. So in closing, I know these are trying times, and it will take all of us together pushing forward and staying engaged and continuing in our fight for a better future for all Americans. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your work. Take care, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Senator Harris, for your message and all your work to foster economic empowerment. Now it's time to delve into the gig economy and its significance to economic health, economic opportunities, and economic empowerment for our Black and Brown communities as we move forward. I'm pleased to have with us Anthony Fox, Chief Policy Officer at Lyft, which has been one of the great innovators of gig finance and entrepreneurship. With Anthony, we also have Lyft driver and advisory council representative Sharita Smith. Let me take this opportunity to welcome both of you to the 17th National Urban League Legislative Policy Conference. Before I get into the meat of this discussion, I want to share some information with you about the gig economy. The gig economy is estimated to be worth $4.5 trillion. Our partners at MasterCard have done a calculation. In 2018, the global gig economy generated $2.4 billion in gross value, with transportation-based services like Lyft and others in the ride-sharing segment comprising 58% of this value. In terms of future growth, the gig economy transactions are projected to grow by 17%, reaching $455 billion by 2023. So now I've got some great questions for Anthony Fox. Okay, Anthony, thanks for joining us. And for those who are watching, they may not have a clear understanding because we're here to talk about how to thrive in the gig economy. But first, we need to define what that is. At Lyft, how do you all define the gig economy?
Well, thank you, Mark, and it's great to be with you today. And before I respond to your question, I want to say that at a moment such as this, we're all feeling the anger and the grief from the past several weeks. As Senator Harris has mentioned, the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor and George Floyd have rattled our community and our country and the world. And it's a reminder of how important the work of the Urban League is and will remain for quite some time. And so we're grateful to you for what you do and what your affiliates do across the country. With respect to the question you've asked, there actually isn't an official definition of gig economy or gig worker in federal or state law. Most people think of gig workers as individuals who get paid by the project or by the event or by the gig. Your word hustle is one that I'm familiar with from growing up down in North Carolina. But it's essentially describes kind of a category of independent work. What we know about this group of people, and particularly the people who drive for Lyft, is that they're people who want to set their own schedule, and they want to control the way their day flows, and they want to have the kind of independence to make decisions about how they earn. In many cases, they're parents who don't want to find a coworker to swap out shifts. They're people who need to work around unpredictable demands of caring for an aging relative or a sick loved one. They're students who want to earn money in between classes to pay bills. They're business owners who want to earn extra income to help stabilize their businesses. They're teachers, nurses, firefighters, retired veterans, all sorts of people who are trying to supplement their income. So it really is a very broad group of people.
And, before the pandemic, we focused a lot of resources and thinking on the future of work and the effect that things like automation were going to have on people who work. What's your thinking about the future of work and how the gig economy and what you're doing at Lyft fits into the future of work as things transform in the 21st century?
Well, we are in a particularly challenging time. Not only are we facing some of the issues that I talked about before and that Senator Harris mentioned, we're in the middle of a global pandemic. we're also facing an economic crisis in which a large number of people, and frankly, disproportionately African Americans and people of color, are finding themselves in very desperate economic times. Having said that, the work that platforms like ours make available is work that is easily accessible. You don't necessarily go in for a job interview, so to speak, and you're not being asked to work a shift. This is work that people can move in and out of relatively frictionlessly. And if I could just point out a few statistics about the Black population in particular of Lyft drivers, we have about, we estimate about 24% of Lyft drivers identify as Black, compared to 14% of the general population. And Black drivers with the Lyft platform value that flexibility that I've been talking about. 95% of Black Lyft drivers in the US say a flexible schedule is extremely or very important to them. And when you get deeper into the numbers, 17% of them in the US own a business, 20% are students, 61% of Black Lyft drivers in the US routinely provide care for family members. This type of work is really important for the stability of so many families. What would I say about the future of work going forward is that we have a lot of challenges across the country, keeping state legislators and the national folks focused on the fact that this type of work is indeed meaningful work. It's work that provides uh, stability for many families. But in the future, I think it's also work that's going to have to continue to evolve and adjust. And some of the things that we've worked on, not only in California but in some of the other states, is trying to create a system in which this work can actually also have other attributes, such as portable benefits models and other things that will sustain those people who are doing these jobs for the long term.
And when you think about, you've talked a bit about this, but what's the strategy, the intentionality of Lyft in creating opportunities for Black workers?
Yeah, it's really important because there are really two sides of the equation on the platform. I've talked about the percentage of the drivers who are African American and what their profiles are, and would stipulate that in response to your question. But also, when you look at the passenger profile, it's also important to say that I'm an African American, went to law school in New York, and I can remember having trouble catching cabs after certain hours in New York City. This platform has democratized transportation in a dramatic way for people who have jobs elsewhere. So in parts of Chicago, for example, where Chicago Tribune study did, looked at parts of Chicago that were highly populated by African Americans, where there might have been as many as 85 cab rides over some period of time and 85,000 or so rideshare rides in that same community. That's the kind of difference this type of platform has made. So it's creating work opportunities for people who drive on the platform, but it's also creating job opportunities and access for people who use the platform.
You talked about your experience in New York City when you were here in law school, and
yeah.
I had similar experiences because when I was a student in Philadelphia in college, I'd come up to visit relatives here in New York, and there would be times when I would have to basically get in the jitney or the gypsy cab because no real cab would pick me up standing on the corner outside Penn Station in Midtown Manhattan. The tradition in the South, in Louisiana, in New Orleans, where I grew up, was that there were Black cab lines and white cab lines. And the Black cab lines had Black drivers and only picked up Black passengers who were going to Black neighborhoods. The white cab lines had all white drivers. They picked up white passengers who were going to white neighborhoods. And, that tradition, as things evolved, meant that there were many, many neighborhoods over time that were simply not served. They were maybe served better when you had black cab lines. And when you sort of had the integrated cab lines, all of the cabs wanted, in a city like New Orleans, the cream business. They wanted to work the airport. They wanted to work the downtown hotels and restaurants. They wanted to serve the better heeled visitors to the city. And it was tough to get a cab to go into a neighborhood. And I think what Lyft has done is fill the breach, the transportation breach. And it also means that there are people like some of my older relatives who find it easier to no longer own a car. And they will go to church, they'll go to the grocery, they'll do visits by using Lyft, by catching a ride. They find it safer, more economical, and less of a hassle. They don't have a car note, they don't have an insurance bill, they don't have a gas bill, they don't have a maintenance bill. So I think there's a lot of benefits, and it's a really inventive. So, I want to really thank you for your leadership. We're gonna talk to Sharita a little bit. Sharita is a Lyft driver, and as a current Lyft driver, what is it that drew you to this kind of independent work, Sharita?
Well, I began driving Lyft for fun back in 2014. So it's been a 6-year journey. At the time, I was a teacher in Washington, D.C., and I had the summer off. So I decided to go to Atlanta, and I brought my car with me, and I decided to make some extra money while I was down there. At the time, I had no clue about Lyft. I mean, I had seen the cars with the furry pink mustaches, but I had never taken a ride before. I was familiar with Uber, but when I applied for them, they did not accept me. I had California tags, and I was trying to work in Georgia. So Lyft accepted me with open arms. And interestingly enough, my very first ride was dropping a woman off to the CDC. So once I got back to DC, I had begun to get the hang of it, and it was a side hustle for me, and I enjoyed that. I was part of Lyft's mentor program, so I participated as a mentor, signing other drivers up and inspecting their cars to get them on the road. I did that for about a year. Then I transitioned back to the Bay Area, and I had a full-time job, but I still drove Lyft after work. And instead of fighting traffic, I would just make money after work. So I just loved that Lyft was always there for me to make some extra money. It was once I was at a 9-to-5 working in consulting that I just felt like I could do better. And when I say that, I mean, the work that I was doing was just, I was working around the clock. I was working weekends. And not only was I busy doing work, it felt like school. And it felt like finals at that. So I'm like in finals all the time. And after spending so much time in school and paying for school, I just felt like I deserved better. I felt very imprisoned, and I wanted to feel free.
So now you're doing Lyft full time? I mean, you're doing Lyft is one of your primary, you have multiple gigs?
Yeah, I do. Right now, I use Lyft part-time, but I think we're gonna get into more of that a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm just curious, right? Because your journey's been so interesting that you got rejected by another company. And Lyft embraced you. And you were doing consulting work and teaching, and people would probably think, well, these are dream opportunities. And you decided to go in another direction.
Yeah, I did. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I did. I mean, during the time I was looking to make the switch, I had someone ask me, what are you good at? And
you told them everything, right?
The answer off the top of my head, the honest answer off the top of my head was driving Lyft. I mean, I love driving Lyft. I love the nature of the work. It actually really fits well with my personality. I love the adventure aspect of it. You start your day and you don't know how it's going to end. You don't know who you're going to meet. You don't know what conversations you're going to have or what places you're going to discover. And you're able to control your own journey, essentially. And I just loved that flexibility. I loved the independence of it. And it's something that made me feel very, very liberated. So, once I made the decision to actually switch to become a full-time Lyft driver, I had to invest into becoming extremely disciplined. So that included, waking up at 5 and starting my day at 6:30 to make sure I had the early rush. Also, packing a lunch for myself every day. But ultimately, it was really, really good for my self-esteem because I saw that I could be my own boss using this platform. So I love the independence that Lyft offers.
Has COVID affected you as a Lyft driver, COVID-19?
Yes,
Talk about that.
I have not given a ride since March 9th because of COVID-19. I don't feel comfortable on the roads during this time.
When do you think you'll get back? Any idea? Or what conditions would you want to see before you got back?
I'd like for the economy to open up some more. In California, we're still sheltered in place, and that's for a reason. So I definitely am waiting for that time. So we'll see. I miss my passengers. I miss driving. I miss my life. So I am absolutely looking forward to getting back on.
So with COVID relief, what role can Lyft play for people who need transportation, communities who need rides? Any role?
Absolutely. Lyft has several different programs right now with supporting COVID. One is the Lyft Up Task Force. So that is a partnership with different community agencies to provide rides to the community. One in particular I'm familiar with, I was reached out about an opportunity for drivers to deliver food to the elderly. And drivers are really, really pleased and happy because so many drivers still want to continue this independent work. So the opportunities that Lyft is providing is definitely helpful.
What do you say to anybody who's saying, I'd like to consider this, but it's the unknown. I might be working with strangers. I'm not too familiar with the way to get around. What would you say to them?
Well, something that is humbling for me, and that can be humbling for everybody, is that you don't know what you don't know. So the unknown is a little bit scary, but you have to just, take it on. If you are somebody that is up for adventure and you are somebody that is up for being independent, then, go in head first.
Hey, that's a great encouragement to everyone. Thanks, Sharita, for that very powerful insight. And Anthony, we talked about COVID relief and people who need transportation. From your perspective as Chief Policy Officer, what role does Lyft play with COVID relief?
It's an incredibly important question, and we are working as hard as we possibly can to protect earnings opportunities on our platform. Just like restaurants and airlines, when there's less demand for services, there's less opportunity for work. And so we are, like everyone else, trying to straddle the right balance between public health and opening the economy. But our overall goal is to ensure that all self-employed people and small businesses have access to our platform, but also for our drivers in particular. We've been working hard to ensure they have access to government assistance during this difficult time. At Lyft, one of our policy priorities during this crisis has been advocating that self-employed people and small business should be included in aid packages that provide things like, for example, the Paycheck Protection Program and pandemic unemployment insurance. And we've been constantly communicating to our drivers to help them know what benefits they're eligible for and how to access them.
And as Lyft goes forward, what's the future? What's the growth horizon? What about the opportunities and challenges from where you sit?
Well, as I alluded to, I think, number one, the opportunities to do exactly what Sharita's doing and what so many other people are doing is so critical, which is, everybody's got a dream in this country. And everyone has a an aspiration. And for many people, their aspiration isn't to work for someone else. It's to start a business or start a career or go to school or whatever it happens to be. And this type of work is the work that allows people to have a source of income, but also to pursue those things that they would like to do. And that we believe is one of the most critical things. We also know that we have an awful lot of responsibility to make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure not only the safety of drivers and passengers on our platform, but also that we are doing everything we can to ensure that people have a good quality of life and that they have the kind of remuneration that's needed to reach those dreams. And so we are working tirelessly to make this platform the most attractive type of self-employed work to do. But we also need our governments out there not to attack the dreams that people have and the independence that people want and the flexibility that they need, but to help us create the space to make this type of work even more meaningful over time.
Mm-hmm. That's powerful, and that's so important. You know, this future work conversation, I think, is going to become so much more in focus, because every time we have a pandemic or an emergency or an economic downturn like we're facing, the economy engages in some level of restructuring. And you know, I think people are going to be looking for options, alternatives, the ability to have more freedom and more flexibility. So let me just thank you for your leadership. I want to thank Sharita, thank both of you for being a part of this, the National Urban League 17th Legislative Policy Conference. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For more than a century, the National Urban League has promoted economic opportunity and addressed racial injustice. Today, we are empowering communities and changing lives through our 90 affiliates, serving 300 communities in 36 states and the District of Columbia. Welcome to the National Urban League.
In the conversation, we are starting the conversation. We are leading the conversation.
Now let me ask you a question. Did you know each year the National Urban League serves more than 2 million people? Through our signature programs, we continued our work as a direct services organization, offering after-school programs under Project Ready, job skills training through our workforce development program, comprehensive home ownership preparation. We help struggling students enroll in college. We help the formerly incarcerated build the skills necessary to secure family-sustaining employment through our reentry program. And we do this at no cost to the community. Did you know? While our reach and effectiveness continue to expand, our efforts, initiatives, and programming remains laser-focused on education, jobs, housing, health, and justice. We are committed to improving our communities by giving a voice to the voiceless. We were on the ground March 24th at March for Our Lives, a student-led demonstration in support for tighter gun control that took place in Washington, D.C., with over 800 supporting events around the world. And in a political year like none we've seen in at least a generation, we lead activations across the country through our civic engagement campaign, Enough is Enough, Vote. Finally, let's take a look at one of our major campaigns, No Ceilings on Success, an education campaign centered on arming parents, teachers, and community leaders with the tools to help close the education, opportunity, and achievement gaps. This campaign also holds states accountable to the Every Student Succeeds Act, a law that helps level the playing field by reducing racial disparities in education and putting more control in the hands of parents and concerned citizens. By design, No Ceilings on Success elevates the voice of the people and empowers them to advocate for children and their communities. And what better place to start than by asking the hard questions?
We've made a lot of progress over the last decade. We certainly have the highest graduation rate from high school we've ever had as a country. That said, we have a lot of work to do.
Public school system works. I am a product of the public school system, and so it is our duty and obligation to hold our states and our country accountable when they don't fund our schools properly, and to call them out, elected officials included, when they claim to care about our children, but they don't put the money or the resources behind that.
No Ceilings on Success works in tandem with our Equity and Excellence Project that supports local, state, and national education advocacy, engagement, and reform.
We have to have environments that nurture our children and that are offering the kinds of support to their families that children and families need today.
You need to get involved and join the Urban League.
You can support your local Urban League as a volunteer, a young professional, or a member of the Guild, or make a donation to the National Urban League as we continue to empower communities and change lives.
We'd like to welcome you to our next session, Distance Learning, Achieving Education Equity and Excellence in the New Normal. School closures due to the coronavirus have impacted 124,000 US public and private schools across the country. That affects about 55.1 million children. At least 45 states have closed schools for the rest of the academic year. Over 1,100 colleges and universities in all 50 states have canceled in-person classes and have moved, where possible, to online instruction. As distance learning has become the new normal in education, long-standing inequities have been exacerbated and have come to light, and have created uncertainty about the academic progress of our most vulnerable students, children of color. The National Urban League has brought together today a panel of wonderful leaders in the area of education and technology. These leaders will discuss challenges that teachers and students alike face in the distance learning school model, as well as policy solutions to promote the well-being and academic success of all students. I'll start by introducing our panel, Ms. Becky Pringle, the Vice President of the National Education Association, the Honorable Jeffrey Starks, Commissioner at the Federal Communications Commission, and we will end with Gwen Grant, the Chief Executive Officer of the Urban League of the Greater Kansas City. I'd like to welcome all of you to today's session and thank you very much for your participation. We are very pleased to bring to you remarks from Dr. John B. King Jr., CEO of the Education Trust, also former Education Secretary in the Obama administration. Dr. King.
Hi, I'm John King, former U.S. Secretary of Education under President Obama and President of the Education Trust. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this virtual policy conference. We gather at a challenging moment for our nation. The murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery reflect yet again the awful toll of 400+ years of anti-Blackness and the insidious public health crisis of racism in America. From the racial wealth gap to health disparities, from mass incarceration to education inequities, systemic racism devalues Black lives and undermines the promise of our democracy. We also face the global pandemic of COVID-19, and it too has disparate health consequences, economic consequences, and educational consequences based on race. Across our country, school buildings remain closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and what school will look like in the fall remains unclear. School closures over the last few months are an important reminder of the vital role that schools play in our children's lives, from providing meals to offering our children enriching learning experiences. But as everyone here knows, students of color, students from low-income backgrounds, English learners, students with disabilities, and other underserved students, including homeless students and students in foster care, were less likely even before the pandemic to have access to rigorous, engaging, and positive educational experiences. And now, with less access to devices, less access to the internet, teachers often receiving too little support in under-resourced districts, and many families experiencing health challenges and economic challenges, the consequences of the school closures are falling hardest on students of color and students from low-income backgrounds. And we've seen that far too many parents aren't feeling supported amid school closures in response to the current health crisis. The Education Trust conducted polls of parents recently, and across the 4 states we surveyed, nearly 9 in 10 parents stated that they are worried about their children falling behind academically due to coronavirus-related school closures, ranking higher than any other financial or socio-emotional concern. Around 9 in 10 parents reported that math, reading, and English language arts are covered in the learning materials they've received so far, but inclusion of other subjects, like science, social studies, and the arts, varies greatly across states. In New York and Washington, more than a third of parents who primarily speak a language other than English at home reported that they had not received materials in other languages. The same was true for a quarter of parents in California, whose home language is not English. Parents of children with disabilities are generally more concerned that their children will fall behind academically as well. It's very possible that extended school closures will only deepen inequities in our education system unless we choose to act and ask the right questions. The Education Trust recently partnered with Digital Promise to compile a guide, including questions that advocates and leaders can ask and seek to answer as they work to ensure our most vulnerable students have equitable access to distance learning now and in the future. States have an important role to play here. They can provide direct guidance to districts about the minimum expectations for engaging students during distance learning. They can also provide guidance on the process to implement when students are not engaging in online learning regularly. For example, by having school or district employees contact families using a variety of methods to ensure good two-way communication. As we've seen over the last few months, many states are leaving decisions about how to continue instruction during school closures up to districts. It's a weighty responsibility, and there's much to consider, especially if education equity is going to be kept top of mind. And these are unprecedented times. There isn't yet robust research and data on best practices for ensuring continuity of learning during a global pandemic. That's why a key role for advocates, education leaders, and policymakers is to monitor how the challenges posed by school closures are being addressed and to urge transparency about the impact of these efforts on all students and their communities, particularly those students who are underserved. And regardless of how a state supports districts, schools and educators should be encouraged to provide instruction in multiple formats to engage all students, provide differentiated instruction, and give options for participating in virtual learning that don't penalize students for lack of access to the internet or devices or for their home circumstances. We know that distance learning is not a substitute for in-school education. The in-person relationships that children develop with teachers, school counselors, mentors, and other school staff are invaluable. But as schools seek to safely reopen, distance learning or a combination of distance learning and in-person education likely will be necessary. Congress must acknowledge that reality by allocating funding to ensure home broadband connectivity for students, both to minimize learning loss that will be most acutely felt by students who cannot fully participate in distance learning, but also as emergency preparedness in the face of future learning disruptions. Sadly, despite our best efforts, once the next school year starts, educators likely will see that the learning loss created by the COVID-19 crisis is going to be substantial and most deeply experienced by students of color and students from low-income backgrounds. As a result, state and district and school leaders should be planning now for how to make up for this lost learning time by implementing summer programs, by starting the school year earlier for students with the greatest needs, as some of our international peers have done, planning to extend the school year into summer 2021, and expanding or restructuring school days for the 2021 school year to create more learning time. I also need to be thinking about socio-emotional supports for students and their families. Our students have one shot at a great education. It's up to us to provide it for them. Thank you.
We'll start first with Commissioner Starks. Elementary and secondary schools across the country are gearing up for summer school to make up for the 4 months of lost classroom instruction time. I know that you're feeling that at home, Commissioner. I certainly am with 4 children as well. A number of colleges and universities, including HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, have already announced the move to online classes in the fall and perhaps beyond. In what ways has the FCC stepped up during this pandemic to close the digital divide, and what ways could it? And further, how can we get those households and educational institutions that are not connected to the internet, how can we get them connected quickly?
Well, thank you so much, Clint. Of course, the National Urban League leadership, Mayor Morial, for the invitation, but more importantly, thank you for your continued leadership in this space on so many lanes. You know, in such a disquieting time, I have found myself going back to some of the classics that matter the most to me. And so I was reading August Wilson last night, and he writes, "For our communities, you're born with 2 strikes on you before you come to the plate." And that really has resonated with me. And we see that with COVID-19. It really has, as you said, exacerbated inequities in every facet of life, whether that's public health, education, and the digital divide, something that I think about all the time, something we're focused on here today. Nearly 35% of low-income households with school-age children do not have access to high-speed internet right now. And so that is over 12 million students, tens of millions of students, in particular in densely urban populated areas that remain disconnected. In Detroit, for example, nearly 60% of their K-12 students were disconnected. And so this has got to be a focus of ours. The FCC has responded to the pandemic in a number of ways. Over 700 carriers, internet service providers signed the Keep America Connected pledge. That essentially meant that they were going to agree not to disconnect consumers. Still very much in favor of that. And then there have been a couple other initiatives. The chairman adopted some of my suggestions, crisis, making sure that the 3-month income level for participating in Lifeline, which is designed for low-income Americans to get them connected, opening up our schools and libraries and turning their Wi-Fi on even after hours. But the most important thing that the FCC, I think, has got to do better on is what I've called for is a connectivity stimulus. We obviously have focused on economic stimuli to our public health, but we have got to have a connectivity stimulus. We have got to connect all Americans right now. And so our E-rate program at the FCC is historically connecting students to classrooms. But you know what? Students aren't in classrooms anymore. They're at home. And so we have got to connect students where they are. And that means connecting their homes. And so E-rate is going to have to expand. I have called for additional hotspots. I've called for additional connections to homes. And then there are also a lot of common sense measures that I think, especially now that we know more and more households are struggling, 40 million applied for unemployment assistance. We know that the Lifeline program, again, the program designed for low-income Americans to get them connected, making sure that Americans know about that program. We have seen that SNAP applications have gone through the roof because folks have food insecurity. But for those that are digitally insecure, we've got to make sure that they know about the Lifeline program as well. And the last thing that I'll say is that I've really focused on making sure that we have more affordable connections. Over 18 million Americans do not have internet simply because it is just too expensive. And so making sure that there are affordable connections, something around $10 or less for Americans so that they can afford that high quality broadband connection, I think is going to be incredibly important and an initiative that is going to have to help see Americans through this crisis.
Now, Commissioner, I understand that you've recently convened a group of HBCU presidents to talk about some of the issues around closing the digital divide and making sure that our college students, you know, can participate in online instruction. If it's appropriate and you wouldn't mind sharing, could you share with our audience some of the things that came out of that meeting?
Yes, I met with over probably 8 HBCUs, everyone from Norfolk State to FAMU to Howard, and I am leaving out some, but not intentionally. The point is that we have students everywhere that are in the diaspora right now. They are no longer on campus, and so all of these institutions had to scale up incredibly quickly, within a matter of days in some cases, to having their classes go remotely. And so when you have a lot of students of color that are returning back to their homes, whether they're in rural areas where we know there are access issues, they're just simply not high-speed connectivity out there, to some urban areas where we know that issues of connecting a lot of digital redlined areas can be problematic. And again, just in a lot of urban areas, especially students of color that are returning home, their folks, their parents may not have activity. And so making sure that the student cared for, protected, these are our generation of learners. And so I focus on them. But we also, and I'm eager to hear other folks on the panel, we have to make sure that our HBCUs are well funded. We do know that we have a lot of students right now who are in limbo on whether they're even going to return back to school. Whether, given the unemployment numbers, you have a lot of families that may need somebody to come help work to support the family. You have a lot of students that are struggling with the decision whether they are going to accept that college offer. There is a lot of issues that are very important right now, but we have to make sure that our next generation of learners, our HBCUs, and our students of color everywhere are supported in a way that is going to make them the most competitive for this the next steps in life that they're going to take.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. And thank you for your service. Becky, I'm going to turn to you. It's good to see you again. You and I have appeared on some Zoom panels in the past here recently. So after seeing your performance, I said, we got to get Becky on our session. So thank you for being here. A lot of our educators and teachers are new to remote instruction. They too are learning how to navigate this new learning environment while teaching and doing more with limited resources and support, unfortunately. Some teachers are facing additional challenges such as digital literacy, as well as the pressures of working from home, which we can all attest to, and teaching their own children at home in many instances. Some states were really unprepared to meet the challenge of remote instruction, although we've been talking about this, I'm sure, for many years. Becky, what kind of supports and resources do teachers need to deliver effective instruction remotely?
Clint, it's so good to see you again. We have to plan to get together in person when this.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We have a lot of good trouble to get into together, right?
I'm looking forward to it.
I want to, first of all, thank the Urban League for continuing this work. Even in this virtual environment, it is so important what they do to ensure that our Black and Brown and other marginalized communities have what they need so that all of them can survive and prosper. You know, as all of us continue to witness the killing of Black people and the marginalization of Brown people and Native Americans, our hearts are breaking. And it is a reminder that we still haven't achieved that just society. And when we think about public education, the education of our students, we know they are at the epicenter of that. Because when we think about structural racism, we know that that is the pre-existing condition. And I use the term structural because for us in public education, we know that all of those other systems impact whether or not our students have the ability to learn. It shouldn't have been a surprise that there was a disparate impact of COVID-19, particularly on our Black communities. We already know that they were living in food deserts, and so they weren't getting the nutrition that they needed. We already know that they were probably more predisposed to poor air quality, so our students, more and more of our Black students especially, are coming to school with asthma. They already had these pre-existing conditions, and so when COVID-19 hit, they, from a health perspective, already were going to have an impact. That was going to have an impact on whether our students were going to learn. We, as a system, know that our students can't learn if they're hungry. And so as a system, we always were providing those meals so our students could eat. And now here we are in this remote learning environment where we start our day with our students and we can't find half of them or even more. They're not showing up for our lessons. As you heard the commissioner talk about the challenges that we are facing in public education that always existed. It's why NEA put together a coalition of over 60 organizations. We called it the homework gap because we have been trying to address these gaps in technology forever. We know that 35% of our families don't have access to the internet, let alone access to digital tools. And here we are, our teachers, and not just our teachers, our other educators, our bus drivers and paraprofessionals, our nurses and counselors, almost within an instant, were told they had to go home and try to reach their students who they already knew didn't have access. And we sent our teachers and other educators home without knowing whether they had access to the internet or to their digital tools. And what did? We do what we always did. We tried to fill the gap right then, delivering meals, creating hotspots in buses, dropping off learning packets, all of those things to try to bridge that gap. But I tell you what, Clint, right away, the NEA gathered a group of educators together and partners, not just educators, because we know this is a shared responsibility. And we started talking about not only meeting the needs of our students in this moment, but we had to lift up our heads and we had to figure out how we were creating systems that actually address these core inequities across all of those systems that impacted whether our students could learn. And so some of the things that we have been focused on, in particular, and the commissioner talked about some of those. We know that the E-rate program has been successful. It just hasn't been funded to the degree that it needed to be funded. And to his point, we were focused on making sure we had those connections in public schools and public libraries. Now we have to focus on making sure that our students have those connections at home. We also have been focused on making sure that our educators get the continuing professional development they need to teach in a digital environment. And so what we formed is communities of educators who are coming together and they're working with each other. They are developing new tools and skills. They are identifying best practices, and they're coming together as learning communities at night, of course, after they have met with their students, to learn new tools and techniques. So they're sharing across the country. That's the good news. They're sharing across states the ideas and the strategies that they have developed throughout this time. One of the things that we learned right away is that the school districts who did it right, when they decided they were going to go to remote learning, they provided educators with the time to come together and collaborate and think and plan together. So we had teachers, we had paraprofessionals, we had those bus drivers, we had administrators coming together to say, okay, how are we going to fill these gaps? How are we going to get the Chromebooks to the students who don't have them? For those who have absolutely no access, where are we going to create those hotspots? Who are we going to deliver the learning package to? Who else in the community can help us set up those food pantries so our students can, and families, by the way, can continue to eat? So those are the kinds of things we did right away. And then we knew that we had to do what we do best, which is lobby Congress to pass legislation that was specifically designed to have funding focused on education. We know how important that funding is to our states right now, because we understand that when states are strapped, when their budgets are hit, what gets cut first? We know education funding. We're still trying to catch up from the 2008 recession, the decades of disinvestment in public education. And so we are focused on continuing to lift our voices to make sure that Congress and the Senate provide those additional funds for stabilization of our states and locals and tribes, for a stream of funding for education, so that we can provide our educators with the healthcare centers they need in their schools, PPE, cleaning our schools, so our students can go back to school and they can be safe. And then we're lifting up our heads long term. And this is what we're doing, Clint. Schools that have been most successful are those who already had what we call our community schools model, where they understood that shared responsibility and they mined the assets of the community and they focused on making sure that our students had what they need when they need it. And not only do they focus on academic learning, but they understand the social emotional learning that is absolutely required, especially in this time of trauma for our students and our educators, and providing that additional support for them. So we will continue to do those things and partner with others to bring those resources to our students and our schools.
Becky, thank you so much for that. And there's a reason they call this legislation that's pending in Congress the HEROES Act. We need to get our heroes, our frontline workers, our teachers, our first responders, we need to get them paid because the work they do is indispensable. My parents were both teachers, and I value the lessons they gave me every day. So we've got to get that right. We've got to get our teachers trained up. And more importantly, as the National Urban League has advocated, we've got to get billions and billions of more dollars of more support to states and local governments. These services are not only essential, they're literally life sustaining. So thank you for all you do. And I'm going to turn next to my dear friend, Gwen Grant, the CEO of the Urban League of Greater Kansas City. People may not know, but Commissioner Starks is a native son of Kansas City. And I know Gwen and the commissioner have a lot of work to do to bring excellence and equity back home to Kansas City. So Gwen, we appreciate you being here. A lot cheaper to have you on Zoom call than to fly you out. So we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
As you know, Gwen, and as we've spoken many times, the pandemic has really exacerbated a lot of inequities in education and in lots of ways. And of course, you heard Becky talk about food deserts, and a lot of our children are getting meals at school, and sometimes they're most and only nutritious meals at school. So things like food insecurity, trauma, housing insecurity, and attendance, as Becky alluded, are now even more apparent in this remote learning environment. Dr. King often referred to this, and by Dr. King, I'm talking about our Dr. King here on the session, has talked about this as a socioeconomic well-being issue. So how has the Urban League of Greater Kansas City stepped up to provide support to students and parents and families during this challenging time? And what more is needed to ensure that every student can succeed academically during this challenging time?
Clint, let me begin by thanking you for your leadership and support and the important work that you and your team at the Washington Bureau do every day to support the Urban League network and to be strong advocates for policy changes on the Hill. In response to your question, the first thing that I will say is that the Urban League of Greater Kansas City, as soon as we realized the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic was having in our most vulnerable, distressed communities, reached out to form a collective impact collaborative so that we could leverage the collective resources of community-based organizations, human services organizations, civil rights organizations to galvanize our resources so that we could deploy the most to better meet the needs of the vulnerable populations that we serve. So our organization specifically is providing free tutoring in Zoom classrooms for K-12 students, weekly YouTube videos for parents with tips for homeschooling, one-on-one coaching sessions for parents with children with special needs. They have access to our special education experts to support them with IEP conferences. We're doing homeschooling resources that we're pushing out into our households, weekly distribution of fresh produce to address food insecurity issues, daily check-ins with our students to support them as they navigate school and now getting ready for summer school. And we provided lots of college readiness supports for graduating seniors and ACT and SAT test preparation. But one of the most important aspects of our work, in addition to all of this, has been the work that we've been doing to address the digital divide. Our students do not have access to broadband. So our school districts, while they have gotten devices out, what we realized was the pandemic brought to the surface what we've always known about the digital divide, where we could not leverage the resources that were necessary to make sure that every household was connected to broadband. Now we're beginning to get that groundswell of support as a result of the pandemic. So what we're looking at now is how do we advance local, state, and federal policies so that we can make sure that every household in Kansas City has digital access in some form. So we're piecemealing that now with hotspots. We're piecemealing that with buses and Wi-Fi hotspots and mobile hotspot in neighborhoods. But we need to be much more comprehensive about that approach. Broadband should be funded and resourced as a utility like electricity, gas, water. It is an essential service. It is not a privilege. It is necessary for our children to access the remote learning and for our communities to access employment opportunities, to access telehealth services, to navigate every aspect of their lives. So that's what we've been doing. What more is needed? Of course, broadband in every household, but the training for teachers and parents to increase their capacity to navigate and effectively educate their children. So if parents need supports at home, and it's up to our community-based organizations to provide those supports to help them to better utilize the technologies, the systems and protocols that are required to support homeschooling. And we need to also encourage and be advocates for our educational organizations and institutions to be much more consistent in how they depart remote learning to parents. What we've found is there's this hodgepodge of we're going to have to edit this. What we found is there's this hodgepodge that's coming from our various school districts and charter schools relative to homeschooling resources, assignments, how teachers interact with parents and students. Parents have given us lots of input and feedback about the challenges of supporting learning at home. And if you have 2 or 3 children in the household, 2 or 3 different teachers, all of these different assignments coming in, and each one having different protocols about how students are required to meet those assignments and how parents can assist them. Lots of communication from teachers, and in other cases, not so much. A major challenge that we've experienced in the Kansas City area across our 15 school districts is that approximately 40% are not showing up in virtual classrooms. Much more work needs to be done to ensure that the 60+% of students who are not showing up are getting the tools and the resources that they need, and that we are encouraging and supporting parents to ensure that these students are knowledgeable or aware of the fact that school buildings are closed, but schools are open and they need to show up.
Thank you, Gwen. I want to wrap up this session by going to each of our panelists and just asking for a minute or so. We've heard a lot today and you've heard a lot from each other. I'd like to get your closing thoughts and really kind of just get the message that you'd like to impart to the folks who are listening and watching today, wherever they may be in the world. Can we go to you, Commissioner Starks? I know you've heard a lot. You've been very active on this issue. Appreciate you being here today. Any closing thoughts?
Yes, well, Clint, thank you again for the opportunity, and thank you to National Urban League for your hard work and really dedication to these issues. You know, President Obama, when he was addressing us the last few days, called for a new normal. And I've really been kind of reflecting on that. I think he was exactly right. We need a new normal where communities of color our communities aren't left behind, where every kid is given that fair chance. And so we've heard a lot today from whether you are a Head Start student who does need that breakfast, or whether you're a Pell Grant student at a higher university. These are frequently our most disconnected households. They come from low-income households, and we need to make sure we are specifically trained on helping to see them through this pandemic. A couple other thoughts came up. I believe hotspots are going to be part of the solution, but certainly from my seat as a commissioner, we just simply don't have enough hotspots. We're talking about 12 million disconnected homes. There aren't that many hotspots in America, and so making sure that homes and households connected will be an essential for the solution, and that's going to be affordable connections as well. Is we do know that Black households lag behind our white counterparts on the number of homes that are connected. And so that means we are fighting from a step behind. And so we've got to get those numbers up. We've got to make sure that this is a priority for our communities because connectivity is powering our economy. It's powering our telemedicine and telehealth. And it is powering our education world right now. And so we just cannot continue to have students in parking lots trying to get their educational needs met. We've got to make sure that they're able to focus at home and study the right way and be that next generation of leaders that we know they're going to become.
Thank you, Commissioner. Becky, can we turn to you?
Oh, Clint, thank you for surrounding me with these incredible panelists. They said so many things that I thought, yes. Let me just say, Commissioner, to you, thank you for lifting up the work that you're doing with HBCUs and MSIs. When our students do everything we've asked them to do and they go on to higher education, we should be supporting them. We should make sure that they are not coming out with this massive debt.
I agree.
Make sure that our HBCUs are surviving, because in education, they are the ones that produce the majority of our teachers. And so I just wanted to thank you for lifting that up. And I also want to highlight what you just said about the hotspots. Not only is that a temporary Band-Aid, but even where we build those hotspots, we're driving the school buses to parking lots, and then the parents and the students have to come out into those parking lots in the rain, in the dark. I mean, how do we expect them to do their best work in those kinds of, it's not okay. It's not okay. So thank you for mentioning that. Gwen, I cannot thank you enough for the work you have been doing, and I know will continue to do, especially with our parents. One of the things that our educators found was added even more so to their list. They've always, work with our parents, but they're spending time at night teaching them the lessons so they can work with their kiddos. And what we have to remember is that our folks in our Black and Brown communities are essential workers. They have to go to work. They can't not do that. And so when we're asking our students to work at home, especially our young ones, without that parental guidance alongside of what our teachers and other educators are doing, we're asking more of them than they can possibly do. So we have to figure that part out. And I appreciate, Gwen, that you're already thinking about that to make sure that our students, when they are at home learning, they do have that opportunity for some kind of support and assistance. Let me end with this. Our educators, tens of thousands of them, took to the streets over the last, 18 months or so. And they did that because they were tired of being the only ones who were standing in the gaps for our students and providing them with those resources they knew they needed. So they took to the streets. They went on strikes. They rallied at capitals because they were demanding that this country live up to its promise for our babies. And let me tell you that the 3 million members of the National Education Association, we will not stop. We will continue to stand up and fight for our students until every single one of them gets what they need when they need it. It is time for us to usher in a new era that reflects the just society that is the aspiring vision
And let the church say amen. Becky, thank you very much. And I'm going to ask Gwen to close us out. You've heard a lot today. You're on the ground doing God's work. What's the message that you want to share with your other affiliate leaders and other people in the Urban League movement and anybody else who might be listening today?
First, I want to say to Commissioner Starks, and I applaud the work that you're doing and look forward to working with you to advance policy that will ensure 100% connectivity for households across our nation in urban communities. Becky, you are a powerful advocate for education and teachers across this country. And I have to say, and I think most parents in our community will say this, one thing the pandemic has proven is that our teachers are overworked and underpaid. And we all need to step up and push for increased funding at every level to raise the level of expertise and professionalism and resources for teachers who are definitely on the front line. They have the most important role in educating our children and preparing them for the future, and we need to do a better job as a nation in supporting them. Finally, I will say that going forward, the most important thing we can do, in addition to ensuring that we have 100% digital access in our homes, is to focus on innovation. Remote learning is here to stay. School systems must adapt and institute progressive, cutting-edge teaching and learning methods to prevent learning loss and promote academic growth for our children. We must support parents in learning how to adapt to this ongoing problem of the pandemic and how they must be stepping up to while working, and many of them working from home and having to educate their children. We must provide stronger support systems for them. And finally, on an advocacy level, what should we be doing out in the affiliate network? And I know that many of my colleagues are with their feet on the ground doing the same type of work that we're doing here in Kansas City. We need our local philanthropic organizations to support the work that we do. And this is the time our work is needed now more than ever.
I wanted to make one additional point. When we're talking about making sure that SNAP applicants hear about the Lifeline program, what I've called for is MOUs between the FCC and other agencies across the federal government. When Americans come knocking on one door for help, we should make sure that they are afforded the suite of our social safety net. And so making sure that they hear about how to get a low-income connection, a smartphone, to make sure that they get digitally connected, I think is going to be really important. Over 140 senators and congressmen and women signed on when I proposed this idea, and I think it's something that the FCC has to enact as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Dr. John B. King Jr., President and CEO of the Education Trust, Ms. Becky Pringle, Vice President, National Education Association, the Honorable Jeffrey Starks, Commissioner at the FCC, and the illustrious Gwen Grant, the Urban League of Greater Kansas City CEO. Thank you all for being here. And now we're very pleased to bring to you remarks from some of the most important lawmakers and thought leaders in education policy today. We'll begin with the chairman of the House Education and Labor Committee, the Honorable Bobby Scott, representing the 3rd District of Virginia. Mr. Chairman.
Hi, I'm Congressman Bobby Scott from Virginia's 3rd District, and I chair the House Committee on Education and Labor. Thank you for the opportunity to address this session on distance learning and for your commitment to serving our students, families, and communities. In 1954, the Supreme Court said in the Brown v. Board of Education decision that it is doubtful that any child may reasonably be expected to succeed in life if denied the opportunity of an education. Such an opportunity is a right which must be made available to all on equal terms. Regrettably, 66 years later, equal educational opportunities have still not been realized in America. And similar to pre-existing health disparities that have been highlighted and exacerbated by this pandemic, disparities in education have also been highlighted and exacerbated by this pandemic. We know those disparities existed before the pandemic. Just say achievement gap, and everybody knows what you're talking about. The pandemic has only exacerbated those gaps. One area where those disparities are profound is in distance learning. I have a friend who lives in a wealthy suburb of Atlanta. He said his son's school closed on a Friday, and by Monday, he was online receiving instruction. They were told that any child that didn't have a computer could just call and they'd get him one. He has a brother in rural Virginia. He said 5 weeks after the schools closed in Virginia, he still hadn't gotten any distance learning. So we know these challenges exist, and I'm sure you will not use this session to do what I call celebrate the problem. You're going to work on solutions. In response to this problem, Congress has been addressing the situation since the pandemic began. One of the first actions we took was to ensure that students can receive school meals even when schools are closed. Many students get a significant portion of their daily nutrition from school meals. Schools already know what to do in this situation. They do it every summer. So we provided the waivers and additional funding to make it happen. The next bill we passed, the CARES Act, included approximately $13 billion for K through 12 education, distributed on a formula based on Title I to ensure that the money went where it was most needed, and with flexibility, so it can be used to solve local problems. Some localities will train teachers on distance learning. Others will invest in increased technological capacity at local schools, while still others may use the funds for summer programs to reduce the summer slide, especially at a time when summer is beginning 2 months earlier than usual. And we have to make sure that all families who are entitled to subsidies for broadband services actually sign up for those benefits. But we know that more needs to be done. The May jobs report revealed that over 300,000 educators lost their jobs, and state and local revenue revisions predict additional mass layoffs if we fail to act. That's why the HEROES Act, which passed the House in May, includes significant support for state and local governments generally and $100 billion for education specifically, so that challenges such as distance learning can be addressed. So I want to thank all of you who chose to participate in this session on distance learning for addressing this important issue, and I look forward to the report on your recommendations. Thank you.
Next, we'd like to bring to you one of the members of the United States Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee. Although he serves on that committee, he is probably best known as the Dean of Congress on matters relating to tech and telecom policy. United States Senator Edward J. Markey. Senator?
Hi, I'm Ed Markey, Senator from Massachusetts. While I wish we could be together in person for your annual policy conference, I want to thank the National Urban League for your incredible continuing commitment, even through this pandemic, to empowering communities and changing lives. Thank you to Mark Morial, the League's National President and CEO, and for all of those who so ably lead our Massachusetts affiliates in Boston and Springfield. Addressing the opportunity gap that exists for so many kids in our urban cores has been my focus for many decades. One example of my work is the E-Rate, a program I created in the 1996 Telecommunications Act, which has proven exceptional in linking up schools and libraries to the internet. Prior to the E-Rate, or education rate, only 14% of K through 12 classrooms had internet access. Now schools and libraries benefit from near ubiquitous deployment today. Since the E-Rate or ED-Rate, education rate began nearly 2 decades ago, more than $52 billion has been committed nationwide, including nearly $750 million in Massachusetts to provide internet access for schools and libraries. The E-Rate has ensured that kids have access to the internet so that students from working class and urban neighborhoods can connect just like students from more affluent communities. But gaps in internet access unfortunately remain. The coronavirus pandemic has shown a bright light on the homework gap experienced by the 12 million children in this country who do not have internet access at home and are unable to complete their homework. Today, the problem is exacerbated because students cannot physically attend school due to the coronavirus, while kids from affluent communities with reliable internet access can continue their education. The children of lower income families, immigrants, and communities of color are being left behind. Just because the coronavirus is separating students from classrooms, we cannot allow students to be separated from future success. We cannot allow the homework gap to become a larger learning gap, an even larger opportunity gap for our most vulnerable children. That's why we should use E-rate to immediately pay to connect students where they are now at home. I have repeatedly called for billions of E-rate funds to help ensure that K through 12 students all over our country have adequate home internet connectivity if these schools close during and will continue to be closed during this pandemic. In fact, last week, I introduced legislation with 45 of my Senate colleagues formally calling on Congress to include $4 billion in E-rate funds to close the learning gap in the next coronavirus relief bill that we are going to be considering. Because we need to do two things. One, use E-rate funds to provide schools with Wi-Fi hotspots to loan out to students who lack reliable internet access at home. And two, we have to use E-rate funds to provide devices with Wi-Fi capacity to students who lack reliable internet access at home. Children without connectivity are at risk of not being able to keep up with the other kids in our society. So our job is to make sure we put that funding in. This is a critical issue. These kids are at risk of falling behind in their education. They're at risk of seeing other kids just because of the wealth of their families or communities just moving even further ahead, even though the natural abilities of these children is the same. And so for us, we know that kids, whether they're rich or poor, have the same aptitude with these technologies. Our job is to make sure that we give access to this technology at home for kids for as long as this coronavirus pandemic necessitates. That's our job. So that's what I'm leading in the United States Senate. I have almost every one of my Democratic colleagues on board. I'm fighting to get Republicans to understand the necessity of doing this as an issue of fairness, as an issue of the dignity of every one of those families. So I want to thank each and every one of you for everything that you're doing every single day. I am going to be partnering with you in order to advance an agenda of equality and opportunity for everyone, regardless of their income, regardless of their race, regardless of their religion. That's what the United States of America is all about. That's what the education rate, the ed rate, is all about, is to just make sure everyone gets access to what they need in order to maximize their God-given abilities. I just want to thank each and every one of you for everything you do every single day and inviting me to be with you today. Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you.
Next, we'll have remarks from Congresswoman Grace Meng, representing the 6th District of New York. Congresswoman Meng.
Hi, everyone. I'm Congresswoman Grace Meng, representing Queens, New York. I wanted to say hello and greetings to everyone at the 17th Annual Legislative Policy Conference of the National Urban League. It's such an honor to join all of you virtually here today. Wanted to talk about an issue that is near and dear to my heart, which is internet access for all, especially for our young people. Currently, as you may know, there are approximately 12 million students across the country without any access to broadband. And this creates a sort of digital divide that disproportionately and deeply impacts communities of color. This so-called homework gap is something that is truly a barrier to our young people's academic and future success. We've all heard of stories where Our young people are forced to go to the local parking lot of a fast food restaurant, or they can only go to a library if they're accessible and open, simply to be able to do their homework. I introduced legislation before the coronavirus actually began, called the Homework Gap, to establish a grant program that would allow schools and libraries to rent out these mobile hotspots for free. The infrastructure is already there. It could happen overnight. Right now, approximately 55 million young people across the country are participating in remote learning because of the coronavirus pandemic. And so it is more important than ever to make sure that our kids have access. In April, I urged President Trump to make sure that mobile hotspots were more available. I introduced legislation called the Emergency Education Connections Act, which would expand a program by at least $2 billion through the Federal Communications Commission to allow schools and libraries to purchase Wi-Fi hotspots and various devices to be able to allow our students to have more access to the internet and to be able to learn remotely. I look forward to working with all of you in the near future on this issue and so many others to make sure that our students are not getting left behind. Thank you to the National Urban League for all that you do throughout the year for our communities across the country. We so appreciate you. Be safe, everyone.
And with that, I'd like to close out our session. I want to thank all of you who've been very patiently listening to what you've heard today. I'd like you to take this information and go out into your communities and make good use of it. If you need to get in touch with any of the guests who appeared today, just pick up the phone and call us at the Washington Bureau of the National Urban League. Thank you all for being here. God bless.